Ukraine and internationally with startups, the Lviv Arena, Lviv IT Tech Arena, and Web Summit most recently in Portugal. And I'm always amazed with the startups that Ukraine has, the international recognition that you get, and it starts at events like this. So USAID is super, super proud to be engaged here and supporting this. And as you know, USAID is really committed to helping Ukraine defend its freedom and democracy, and also strengthen its economy. And working with startups like you all is one of the ways that we can really help strengthen the economy. We've had a long, I think, role in open data since really 2017. And we're here to help you thrive, not just survive. We want to invest in what you're doing. Since 2017, we've supported 31 different startups in partnership with UK Dev, with around $700,000 in grants that's gone to startups. So I think it's great to see that we've had this long commitment, but we're still continuing to invest and grow today. So today's event, I'm excited to see and hear your pitches from 14 of you for this great prize of $150,000 to help you scale your startup, your ideas to really make an impact. And I think we're really looking for ideas that are practical and sustainable and innovative, because the ideas that happen here, as I've seen at these different summits, they're impactful in Ukraine, which is fantastic, but a lot of times Ukrainian startups, they scale and they go globally. So you'll have the opportunity to make global impacts, not just local impacts too. So with that, I think I'll keep it short. Really, I hope that you all in your pitches, that you're bold and you're brave and you're ambitious in what you're offering. Again, think globally and what you can really do. Your ideas can really inspire and create real change in Ukraine and around the world. So again, USAID is very proud to be supporting you. Looking forward to hearing some pitches. Thanks.
Thank you. Thanks for your support. So, на українську перейти потрібно.
Sorry, I had to switch to Ukrainian. I switched very quickly. Thank you very much. And we are pleased to welcome Ms. Irina Lad. She's the head of programs for the Good Governance Fund at the British Embassy in Ukraine. Hello, dear partners, colleagues, participants. I'm very happy to be here today with you and welcome you on this demo day of Open Data Accelerator. Every day, Ukraine continues its fight for its existence and has to encounter challenges that are connected to the war. And many people, they lost their lives, and many they had to leave their houses and they had to start their life again. And now when Ukraine starts this process of recovery, it's very important that we find and we look for all the ways of support for accelerated recovery. And one of the things here, it's the trust to the government and state institutions, and it has to be built on transparency, efficiency, and integrity. And Ukrainian will to go into the future without corruption, with trust with the government that has to take care of their people. This is the base that we are decisively support, and good governance and using technology. This is something that supports the innovation, and all of those efforts, they promote transparency that is needed to promote this trust. Also, data is very important for training and for preparing AI technology that is now transforming the whole world. And since it is integrating, AI is integrating in our everyday life, it's important that it is used ethically, and it is important that we ensure fairness and transparency, and it protects human rights. And the project DTA is now supporting the development of the portal for AI that is going to be, so to say, one-stop shop for access of all the information that is related to AI. And within the framework of DTA, our experts, they have been working on the ethical use of AI in marketing and also using it from the point of view of rights, intellectual property rights. And throughout many years with our American partners, we were supporting the development of startups, database startups. And we would like to mention some of the successful ones. For example, Clarity Hromada. This is the analytical platform that is monitoring indicators of the efficiency of the communities that allows you to track down the usage of budget funds and risks and help businesses analyze competitors and choose the best partners. And also Bigly Charts that was introduced by Ukrainska Pravda to make the data accessible and clear for bigger audience, and the services that are basing on this technology, they play a very big role when it gets to social and environmental problems in the state, and it allows us to take better decisions that can improve social services. Having more accessible and driven data will give us an opportunity to build better policy and help governance. And the UK is very proud of the fact that along with our American partners, we are supporting Ukraine in its path. So I wish success to all the participants and thank you for your attention. Glory to Ukraine.
Дякую вам за ці слова.
Thank you for these words. I'm very pleased to hear that you have many other projects. This is very pleasing, and it's very good to hear that there are some startups that really impressed you. And then in Ukraine, we have some cool projects that we can align ourselves to. So the Eastern Europe Foundation for more than 15 years is supporting different initiatives that help our people, and its activities cover a wide range of areas from community development to supporting digital transformation. So welcome for the welcoming remarks, Viktor Lach, President of the Eastern Europe Foundation. Hello, everyone. I'm very happy to see you, and also congratulations on the holidays. But we're going to talk about later. I'm from Eastern Europe Foundation. You see this e-letter, and we are partners from the TAPAS program, then the TA, starting from 2017. I can say I'm a veteran, I'm a jury from Open Data. I'm not going to be here with you fully today, unfortunately, but my colleagues are going to stay and they will be also looking at your projects. Why do we do this? I think this is something that we must ask ourselves time to time and answer sincerely to ourselves. Why do we do this work? First of all, we are sure that open data make Ukrainian society most efficient. And here, I really like this logic of these two dimensions of open data. This is supply and demand side. So the supply is when the state or other parties, they put out data. It's quality, wide spectrum, they're accessible. So, of course, demand is when the NGOs, startups, they know how to, they have the resource, they have access to data, and they form cool technological solutions that push the economy of the society forward. About society, before the full-scale invasion, we ran a study of economic potential of open data, and 0.5% of GDP, this is our potential. Of course, we need to include the time of the war when we can reach such economic growth only using the resource of open data. I want to say that under this very hard conditions, 3.5% is very optimistic prognosis for GDP growth in 2024. The potential economically is huge. I understand now during the war, we can say that open data saves lives. It helps people looking for new houses and adapt in these new conditions and accept new reality. So the work that you're doing is extremely important, and we're very grateful. I'm very grateful to our partners from the agency, from the Embassy of UK and USAID, UK Dev, for many years of support in this area. We understand about all the peculiarities, of course, and my colleagues mentioned today about security and ethics on how to use open data. In particular, we signed a huge amount of different documents that are aligned with the European approach towards ethical use of open data. But the most important part, we continue the discussion in Ukrainian society, and we continue supporting and developing the initiatives that are targeting open data. And the second thing, probably the most important, we are now finding ourselves before the issue of rebuilding the country. As a representative of civil society, I want to say we don't want to rebuild what we had before full-scale invasion. We want to rebuild better. We are building better. And of course, we're living in new reality, and that's why we need to rebuild the country basing on open data. So your work, very important. And now about holidays. Today it's two celebrations. We have two beautiful ones. So I really want to wish in this Ukrainian Defense Forces Day, be courageous as armed forces of Ukraine. Don't stop. Become the best version of yourself. And today you have a great opportunity to do that. And also it's Saint Nicholas. So this is both the day of hope and belief. Children, their hope is it's different from adults, because for us it's the result of very clear planning. And kids, they just believe that sometimes just without a plan you can get something. And I'm wishing for you to have courage like armed forces in Ukraine, and for you to believe in yourself so much that even if you don't have the plan, very clear plan yet, you will still reach your goals. Believe in yourselves like we do believe in you, and we know everything is going to be good. So thank you very much. Victor, thank you very much. I think that your words, due to this belief in Ukraine, Ukrainians that are here, and we're waiting for this period of recovery, rebuilding, and creation of a new cool country on this level. I also want to invite Viktor Hursky. He's a partner and co-founder of London-based venture capital fund 1991 Ventures, chairman of the board of SocialBoost, an organization that has been helping technology projects using open data to develop and become competitive startups for 12 years. Within the framework of 1991 Accelerator SocialBoost flagship project, more than 250 startups have already completed incubation and acceleration programs. So today, Denis is joining us online. We are very glad to welcome him. Hello. Hi, welcome everyone, all the participants of Open Data Accelerator, and also our guests of this demo today. And I want to thank you separately to all the partners that are supporting not only Open Data Accelerator, but also the development of this topic of open data in Ukraine for many years. And I wanted to say thank you to USA, UK Dev, the Ministry of Digital Transformation, of course, the DTA project, as well as the East Europe Foundation and the whole team of 1991 and SocialBoost. And it's worth saying that for our team for 1991 and SocialBoost, the topic of open data is not something new. And for a long time, we've been working in advocacy for transparency, accountability, and this topic is also not new for many other partners. And but for us, this is part of the DNA of our organization. More than 10 years, 1991 has been releasing projects and startups basing on open data. And among 250 alumni in the organization of the companies, NGOs, and there are really true open data champions, and many of them you know by their work on the Ukrainian market. I would like to wish today to all of you to pay attention not only to the teams that are going to be presenting, but also the trends that are raised around the topic of open data. Here, it's worth mentioning that I'm very happy that in parallel along with the implementation of the strategy, the Ministry of Digital Transformation is also developing a strategy related to artificial intelligence. And these strategies are going to be intertwining in the future because the open data, it becomes big data, that is machine learning, and then there's a new element appears. Hence, it's very cool that the result of the work in the area of open data could be also used with the help of AI when it gets to the improvement of the quality of open data, opportunities for the analysis of such data. Hence, it's going to be impacting your projects, market, and the development of the whole sphere generally. I want to wish to all the teams that are going to be presenting today to think back to all of those hours of mentorship that you received during the Open Data Accelerator and do this day, make this day really a fresh start for your projects. Show not only your slides, show your teams. And I hope that you will make the jury fall in love in your projects and your teams and explain why you work on those projects. So I wish you good presentations and wish you energy and new contacts. Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for welcoming remarks. And now we're going to the first panel discussion. This is artificial intelligence in data projects. But I'm just going to say that we're going to have a very short technical pause for those who are online. For offline, we're just waiting for the chairs to be out here, and we will be ready for the panel discussion. I also want to say that at 1 p.m., it's going to be cut off of the electricity, so don't get scared. We're going to lose it for 2 seconds, and then we're going to have it back. Okay, little by little. How is your mood today? Are you motivated? Is all good? You're not afraid? Startups?
Зараз ми розмістимося і будемо.
Okay, so now we're gonna get comfortable and we start inviting colleagues to this stage. So, look, we're gonna be talking about AI in data projects. It's not gonna be me. Well, at least I hope that I'm gonna be talking less than other people. So I have Oleg Dubno, who is the legal consultant on AI division of the policies. Then Natalia Mishina, she's the head of the unit at the monitoring and assessment of gender-related issues. Very pleased. Yevhen Chorny, he is the head of the data product development department in Kyivstar. And Oleksiy Sholdenko, he is a CEO of Wanted. Okay, yeah, once again. Okay, and we have one microphone, right, for all of us. Okay, just checking the logistics here. Yeah, if we could have a little more, maybe a few, because I hope for a very hot discussion. Maybe not very hot, but okay, great. Yes, awesome. Thank you. So, why I asked about this, because we will be talking about artificial intelligence and data projects, open data projects, and to do such a ice-breaking, just a short question to you. So artificial intelligence for startups with open data, is it a threat, opportunity, or challenge? And just 2 words. Why yes or no? Yes, this is irreversibility. Okay. Well, I can start. The short answer is going to be this is an opportunity, but any opportunity they cause challenges sometimes, and this has to be taken into consideration. Everything has its nuances, and we will be talking about this later on. Yeah. We have a lot of time, so colleagues. I thought it's going to be ice breaking, but okay. What do you think about that? Just as I said, this is inevitable. Inevitable. Okay. I like it very much. It's not that I'm a very big evangelist, but I understand there's going to be different waves of acceleration and slowing down and so on. But I think everyone who's working with data, they are already related to AI, and everyone who works with AI, they understand that. Well, that's the only way. That's inevitable. For me, it's rather passion, not from the point of view of the world, but the transformation. This is an important aspect of ethics that we will be discussing today. So it is an opportunity for smart people to somehow influence qualitatively processes in the world. Mr. Vasil, open data for AI in Ukraine, is this an opportunity? Because it's not a problem to launch the system with artificial intelligence. The problem is to find and to have good quality data. Oh, we just had one more discussion added up for 1 hour. Yes, but let's go to the open questions. I will start with you. So in the book 21, it's a lesson for 21st century. Reid Zakaria, he proposed this interesting concept for different systems. It's very similar to this classic triangle on project management, the money, quality, time. He said that you cannot build a system that is going to be open, stable, and dynamic at the same time. So to say, in the world there are three streams: stable, dynamic, but close to China; open and dynamic, but less stable, the US. This is the thought of Frida Zakari, not me. But in Europe, that is more dynamic, more stable, more open. But less dynamic. In connection to this, the question goes. So I like this model as a model, but there's a question about the regulation with artificial intelligence, with open data in Ukrainian realities. We understand that regulation can bring in some stability, but it can also have certain trade-offs. So it can. We were warned. Okay. Yes. Okay. I will finish this question. So this trade-off. So the regulation, it adds stability, but it can be impacting openness or dynamic. So from your point of view, how should it go? The regulation for use of artificial intelligence in Ukrainian realities. What is more important, to have less regulation but more competition rights on the world level, or the opposite? Thank you for the question. I hope that people online, they also heard us. Yeah, we will develop this discussion. So just for the background, I work as a invited expert in the Ministry of Digital Transformation with the support of the Eastern Europe Foundation and DTA. And I also perform the function of the manager in the stream of artificial intelligence. And in our work, we work a lot on the regulation of AI in Ukraine. In particular, in the beginning of this year, in the first part, there was a white book published with the regulation of AI. This is the vision from the Ministry of Digital Transformation that outlines which path we should take. And first of all, the base of this approach is a map approach. So it's from down to the from bottom to the top. So we see that the balance of interests and the dynamics, somewhere stable, somewhere in the priority, it's predictability, somewhere innovation. So it's very different in the world. The approaches are different. It's very interesting to observe, and we understand that we need to choose our concept in Ukraine. So we landed on this approach, and what we mean that we start with self-regulation of AI, and also also producing approaches for responsible use and implementation, development, and using the use of AI in different areas. And this is going to be happening. It's already happening with the help of certain tools. So first of all, those are the recommendations that we already talked about. So sectoral recommendations we already published for media sphere and for marketing and advertisements for general education institutions and so on. We also have recommendations undergoing that we develop for these systems that are implementing how to implement all of those principles of ethic and safe AI in technical part. There are also different recommendations for different sectors. We also started the process of self-regulation in Ukraine just recently. Companies, a few leading companies, they signed a declaration where they committed to develop this voluntarily code of conduct for the company. So the companies, they stick to one standard and set the rhythm for the whole industry in Ukraine. So this is the approach where we balance. This is a process of setting the principles and ethic framework and responsibility for AI. This is planned for Ukraine for the next 2 years, 2025, 2026. And we are working on self-regulation, on improvement of awareness level for Ukrainian society. What is AI? How to use it ethically? And starting from 2027, we will be working on the implementation of regulations, and this for AI, including, of course, our Euro integrational context that is outlined in the constitution of Ukraine. So we have a very clear approach, and we started negotiation with EU as for the accession to EU, and we also need to perform all of our commitments, as well as we will be working on the development of a draft bill on certain a certain analogy to the regulation that exists in EU as for AI, but we understand that it's going to get certain expression in real life, because we know that the law is one thing, but how it's implemented, it's a different thing. I think that we're going to have a lot of changes that will be helping us to be implementing regulation for innovation in a more flexible way. Sorry if I took too much time. No, it's great. I just wanted to also compliment that just today I was checking the list of Gartner against top 10 strategic technology. You know what I'm talking about. And the fourth priority, this is the governmental regulation in the area of AI. That's why here the question is probably how long will we be able to be this, this heaven for startups? I think most likely sooner or later, once again, we will fall into this winter, or this question of regulation will get to Ukraine, and it would be good for startups to be ready for this. Great. This is a very good comment, and we will get there. But just one clarification and two additional questions. It's going to be a little bit provocative, but do I understand this correctly that the next 2 years, no law enforcement as for open data is not going to be there? Well, at least it's not foreseen. That's what I'm putting it this way for on purpose. Yeah. So open data is about AI. Okay, sorry, AI. Yeah, the vision of Ministry of Digital Transformation that is going to be ensuring innovation in regulation the best way. Okay, great. So two questions. Number one, what for you as for policymaker, what can be a sign, 1, 2, 3, that the regulation in this for this 2 years it acts and it develops in the right way? So in 2 years, we will see something, and self-regulation has to change in the area of AI in Ukraine. This is the first question. And the second one is more practical. Today, we have startups with us. And what do they need to include from your recommendations? And we know it's not enforceable thing, but maybe 1, 2, 3 things that for sure, from your point of view, with very big chances in 2 years or earlier, they will become regulation. Thank you for this question. I think the best indicator that the regulation is successful and correct and pro-innovation and also foresees ethics and security for AI. It's the fact that a lot of Ukrainian startups, they will be going to world markets, and it's not going to be a barrier. So by following our recommendations, it's not going to be a barrier for them to go into American or European markets. So we'll be ready for this, and they will be also successful in Ukraine. This is the best indicator for me, I think, because the strategic vision that from the ministry that Ukraine will be in top 3 countries that are implementing AI. From 2030, and this is very ambitious, but I think it's very realistic. You saw the indicators on digital transformation. For me, it's the key result. As for, if I answered your question, I can go to startups. Okay, startups. So startups, including that we have Open Data Accelerator, and we talk about data and AI. What do we need to include? A lot of questions arise as for the biasness of the AI systems due to them being trained on massives of data that we're taking from internet, from social media, where there is a lot of biasness, and we see how the systems of AI, they're used in HR procedures, and there's some unjustified decisions as for men and women, as for giving some advantage, not basing on professional qualification and so on. This is a big problem, and I believe the first thing when you work with data and AI, we need to think about the rights, human rights, and whether you have balanced data and data from all the possible parties, including the principle of non-discrimination, balance principle. And there are a lot of more applicable recommendations in our documents. We outline this. It's hard to cover them in a few minutes of speech. It's the documents 50 plus pages, but I recommend everyone to read through this. We have separate subsections on how to work with data. It's a very good document. There is a list of principles that and the framework that you should stick to. So yeah, just one thing I want to clarify, or 2 things I'm going to clarify. There are no right or right answers, and you will tell me if I answered. Yeah. Well, if it was sufficient. Yeah, maybe 1, 2 practice recommendations. That's something that pops up in your mind. Maybe like, security, for example, update your passwords. If there's something, I think colleagues will be happy to hear. Maybe no, because I haven't really read the recommendations yet, unfortunately. It would be interesting as well. And I think that yes, please, if there are some recommendations, please, if no. One of the recommendations is, so now there are a lot of, this privacy enhanced technologies really swirls up, and this is such tools as anonymizing the data and so on, creation of synthetic data for training this training of the systems. And this is one of the things how you can work with data when training. There are other things. Okay, Natalia, we also touched on the topic of ethic responsibility of the startups and the influence of use of artificial intelligence when it gets to working with big data, when it gets to human rights and democracy. And I really see how the question of regulation is raised not only in Europe and in the US, and very active. Very actively. There's work with colleagues from Singapore as well. There's a city project that is being done. So I wanted to ask your opinion in what way. So what should they pay attention to, the startups right now, in order to avoid risk of violation of human rights? What spheres of influence of AI could turn out to be the most painful, so to say, for society?
Так, Я трошки
Well,
відрефлексую на
let me reflect a little bit on what has been previously mentioned by Oleg. If the person dealing with regulatory work talks about ethical aspect and about adherence to human rights, I, as a specialist in human rights, can leave the chat. That's it. My mission is done here. My work is done here. I have nothing else to do here. So from what is interesting, my strategy on this panel is the following. At first, I will scare all of you. I will frighten all of you. Then I will tell how to correct it. And then I will explain why and what can it give you. So there are lots of chances. And you know, cyber panic threat of using any kinds of technologies, because revolution that is done by AI is extremely huge. It is relevant for basically all the spheres. So that's why the threat is also growing. That's why when you are dealing with any kind of contact with people or you are processing data about people, please make sure that they do not have discrimination character and without biases. And for example, if you're talking about medical sphere, you have two medical startups, and you know that there are protocols that were tested only on men, not on females, not on women, because they felt sorry for them. But I see that for some listeners, it's a new fact. Well, then I will tell you about it. You know where to find me. Well, the medical protocols were tested on men, not on women, and definitely not on pregnant women. And when you upload this to an AI and it gives you the protocol for treatment, it is understandable that it might not be in compliance with real protocol of treatment for a real person with real problems. That's one example. The second example that I was really surprised at this character AI, you probably know about that. I don't know whether I can say it out loud or not, but when a person, after communicating with some kind of made-up character, just committed suicide. And that's about what might look. That it might look for you that your product has absolutely nothing to do with real life and it does not influence the person at all, but it is not necessarily true. That's how I scare it. You know, it's going to be good fact. The good fact is the following, that there are methodologies, they are different, but the most relevant for us is called Tudaria. It's Oleg, by the way. Oleg is specialist in it. And you, as a startup, as organization, you can analyze the influence. They will guide you throughout all this way of analytics. And this is a more reflection exercise. It's lots of efforts are needed, but it's worth it. So why? First of all, you can take a look at your risks, and you also can see what are prevention mechanisms here. It is from human supervision to feedback collection to bias detection of big data. And that's actually what it can give us. And the second thing is that your specific capacity will be much higher. When you come to an investor, being a medical startup or a startup dealing with prof orientation, I'm not, there are no hints here, just, you know, in case of something. And it will ask you whether you analyzed, and you're like, of course, I analyzed, I had Fodaria. And third and foremost, when your startup starts working and we will get to the European Union, you will not need to do anything already. You will just get to the international level immediately. That's it from my side. Thank you. If you don't mind, I have several remarks because I, of course, cannot stop here without remarks. First of all, could you please say, from in your point of view, could you please define such domains, some areas for startups where in your personal opinion, the attention to using artificial intelligence should be the biggest from the point of view of startup, or risks might be also the biggest? Interesting example with chatbox. It's understandable that chatbox starts already taking over the world. Skynet is developing, but medical sphere, obviously, it's probably very obvious. Miltech probably can be there on the table, but maybe there are some not obvious things. Colleagues might not think about that maybe, but there is also might be huge social impact. Well, in Miltech, there are no human rights. Everything is very rough there. So if you don't want to deal with regulations, you have heard what you need to do, yeah? Well, yes, they're selling and everything that is needed is there. If it's not obvious spheres, it might be, for example, insurance. Yes, when artificial intelligence analyzes risks, for instance, you insure your car, and it just recognizes through picture, or doesn't recognize through picture because of the light or because of certain limitations of your camera, and your insurance is not real, and there is no mechanism to fix it from the side of the person, then you will either have to have a court claim after that. With crediting, you also can be analyzed, and they might say that you are not worth to be credited. That also influences human life. If and when it happens that artificial intelligence makes decision concerning, for instance, pensions, whether you already of the certain age and what is the list of your pension benefits or payments. From interesting facts, I have a colleague. For 10 years, he has been fighting. He's a classic man, you know, his gender. So, and for 10 years, he has been fighting so that his gender in his pension register is changed from female to male. And he got the answer that it was a mistake of his first employers, and they cannot correct it only through criminal procedures. So it has been mentioned in screens that Sergey, you're a woman. So it means that artificial intelligence analyzes it. It might say you do not have rights for such payments if it was a woman, but the man is receiving such payments. So it's one of the examples of such social services. So disability and some other things where artificial intelligence might be integrated, and it might there might be certain violations. Okay, thank you. Let me reflect a little bit, but it sounds like usage of the tools of automatization probably wider than just artificial intelligence, and artificial intelligence as such in critical areas without human validation, without some kind of man in the middle or man verification, might create particular risks, significant risks. And can we make some kind of summary that it's probably not worth going into full automatization if you do not analyze all of the risks? From the point of view of the person dealing with human rights, I would say no. But from the point of view of a person who understands what is innovation, I would say go. Because if we were so afraid of making mistakes, there will be no X-ray even. But please, my request to you, not to be that person that might hurt someone. Please go into that risks consciously. First, analyze, use what we have, for example, mechanisms of bias detection analysis in big data. They are pretty easy in usage, and they can be free for you as for the startup. If you do something, do it consciously. Even if you want to hurt someone, for example, in Miltech, do it consciously. Great. If you don't mind, I would like to change the order a little bit. Let's move Олексій, because logically I would like to ask a little bit more, going from goals to practical usage. The question how legally we can regulate the usage of big volumes of data, their licensing, just based on your experience, because we see that really the matter of discussion in negotiations, particularly for investors from the Western world, is very relevant for that. Yes, you're right. And here I would like to give you a little bit of the story. We, as a startup dealing with assessment of reaction of audience on video content, we use this model of artificial intelligence. And the important thing that we provide recommendations how to improve that content. So we kind of influence emotional condition of people. That's why in 2019, please startups take this into category to do everything that I'm going to mention right now. We started from open data, and open data sets were terrible. We understood that there will be no unique story here. First and foremost, because all these data sets had to be validated, we developed some application. We have cognitive behavioral psychologists that balance all the data and validate all the data, and we have cross-validation process. After that, we understood that we need to collect our own data, and in 2019 and 2020, Ukraine was Mecca for gathering data and experiments, but I would like to immediately say that if you want to get to the European market, or Europe or the USA, you have to focus on their policies and their standards, because you can do amazingly wonderful thing here, train something, and then later you'll need to either adapt it for them or to use those models, and you will not be able to do that because legislation is absolutely different or policies are different. When I started with this academic mindset, I went into the category of startup entrepreneurs. When I heard GDPR, I was like, what are you talking about? And then CCPA happened, and then EA Act, and you start thinking that, well, first of all, I need to deal with all of this to validate and to put it into the development strategy. Our focus is B2B, but we are working with personal data, and now we are moving to licensing of data of our clients. And here, once again, data saving, data processing, how ethical it is, lots of different issues we need to pay attention to. And here, in any kind of acceleration, will get you reach that standard, because the experience of mentors or some other startups can really make your growth faster, or you can omit certain mistakes. And what is going on right now? We are, for example, now assigning huge media group of the USA. And here, to start vendor onboarding stage, first of all, you understand that a sales cycle for B2B, they say 12 months. Okay. But apart from that, to sell it to them, you need to onboard, and onboarding might last 6 months. And there will be information security, you will have data privacy checks there, you will have legal checks. And for example, one media group sent us a survey with 150 questions and a requirement for 19 policies. And of course, we want to cooperate with them, and even small startup, we have 15 people, we want to be in compliance with all the policies. I love this. I love my CTO, because in 3 weeks we managed to prepare and we managed to overcome this onboarding. And really, it requires internal respect that everything can be done even like that. And one of the matters you need to pay attention to, that not all huge corporations have already made policies for AI usage, especially generative AI. And now with big media groups, we are working with them, and we even in communications are telling to them that we are not AI, but ML startup, because even this small matter can make the situation move faster. And when you communicate with the clients, you need to understand where is the difference and what are their concerns. Because, for example, we do not have policies, for example, of BBC, because it's a public broadcaster. So big media groups do not even buy that content, that even on the stage of idea some chat GTP was used because it is not understandable who this IP belongs to. So that's why such matters have to be taken into account. You need to understand what your data was trained with. And of course, here, open data is great, but now we have a discussion with fund from Valley, and they say, well, this model is cool, but something can be corrected. But traction, well, it's understandable that it's early stage, 100,000, it's potato. But when they focus only on your data set and and uniqueness of your data set. And here in open data, you will definitely be able to start creating some MVP hypotheses, but definitely if you want to keep on growing and to involve investment, you need to look for partners that might be able to give you unique data and data that you will be able later to use as a secret sauce of why they have to invest in you and why this unique data set on this approach to solution of the problem will make this fast growth in your business growing. So, for example, now we are signing absolutely cool partner negotiation. We will have it in January next year. And we found that format how licensed Gen AI, where we can combine our data, train our separate data on their data, because all data from their site are licensed. They have a huge library and generative AI licensed already. So we have found this unique partner that will help us, for example, grow and give maximally unique service for big media groups and also small medium businesses. For example, we were taking active part winners of Startup Academy 4.0 from Genesis and Meta. And this combination performance marketing, and this performance marketing, in fact, you change behavioral patterns from the point of view of procurement. So once again, ethics is important here. How this usage is important. Yes, I see, Natalia, that you are really eager to say something. I think that it will be interesting for us to discuss certain matters. So that's why focus is on the fact that licensing of data, you are communicating here with lawyers and with mentors, and you build partnership with big corporates. You ask them what are their challenges, what data they can provide for licensing, because here actually you can have your unique offer. Thank you. Thank you. Really interesting. Thanks a lot. If you don't mind, not two, but even three clarifying questions. So first of all, concerning various standards that already exist in the world, just short recommendation to startups. In your opinion, what will cost the most? What they need to focus from the very beginning of the startup existence so that later it's not very painful and very expensive to correct everything. Because I understand that probably it's possible to do everything at the beginning, but that it's not startup, it's a full-fledged business. But something probably can cost a little bit more in the future. Well, first of all, we need to look at the tendencies where there will be changes in regulation and its data privacy. We need to pay particular attention to it and how that data collection can be used for trainings of your models. And if you're talking here about AI, here I would like to say how much that data, how they were collected and how, from the point of view of from the legal point of view, how they can be used by you. Because if you train something and then we understand that success So we shouldn't buy some kind of fake database of tax office. Well, I haven't been there for 10 years, but I've been told. Yes, I've been told. But I would say that if you want, sometimes there are huge massives of data from the internet, and you think that it is not enough, and you start looking for some other streams of getting the data, then here you need to pay attention to that, and you always need to read conditions for licensing. All data sets have in the description in the end usage conditions. So immediately see that they have commercial rights. Okay, great. Two questions connected with this same thing. So the second question, you have already mentioned this actually a little bit. Increase of regulation, also increase access entrance threshold for startup to the market. You need to invest more, you need to engage lawyers, you need to understand all of this. It's yes, the CTO who's ready for 3 weeks to fill in a legal technical surveys. Well, we need to applaud him, because I can't imagine how much coffee and whiskey he consumed. In your point of view, what are the mechanisms in startups to reduce this threshold? You were talking about mentors already. They can help with that. Maybe there are some other tools for those people who enter this market to make this threshold a little bit lower, so that people can understand how to deal with it. Well, I would say there is this life hack to look at similar directions, activities of other companies, to read their terms of use, privacy policies, to see what they pay attention to. First of all, lawyers are always expensive, and if you want to have a long-term game with big budgets, then it's extremely expensive. And that's why here at the beginning, we need to look for similar industries or sectors or companies, even competitors. You can take a look at how they operate, and that already will give them the opportunity, will give the opportunity to prioritize. And because each business is unique, but when you want to make something innovative, then that's how it can be done. Plus, big corporations also have such innovation labs. Immediately go to big corporations or peer to those who are ready potentially to cooperate. Usually they create accelerations that actually through these innovation labs, corporate innovations, they have requests for example, in Ukraine, it's Lorelei, detect, and communicate through.
Так, колеги.
Well, dear colleagues, could you please tell us what should be done in this particular case of the air raid alarm? I understand that we all read prohibited telegram and that we all see what is flying there.
Все.
Well, that's it.
От я тільки хотів сказати.
Well, that's just what I wanted to say.
Один, два, три. Один, два, три. Один, два, три. Один, два, три. А що там грохає? Що там бухає? Один, два, три. Один, два, три. Один, два, три.
Різних наборів даних і взаємодії з великими корпораціями. Тут прям дуже хочеться перейти одразу до Київстара, але перед цим я все ж таки
I
останнє
would really like to move to Kyivstar, but I would like to ask the final question to Alexei. More for everyone. What are the data set collection Ukrainian, or actually what data sets can be opened by Ukraine or a little bit differently regulated to create this competitive edge? Because I have this opinion that uniqueness can be a competitive edge. So what data sets in Ukraine are already relevant right now in Ukraine? Well, frankly speaking, it's difficult for me to answer this question because we do not focus on Ukraine. But we cooperate with Ukraine closely so that our innovative solutions positively influence Ukrainian market and society because, for example, quality content taking into account that our price tag is absolutely different. And we really support projects, for instance, together with USAID, someone created the whole range of Univerchik, Kolechek, so that to stimulate, to incentivize youth to choose Ukrainian educational institutions and stay in Ukraine. And pro bono, we conducted research there to understand social responsibility of social how socially important it is. But I would like to say the data in my aspect of focus, they're all commercial, and it's pretty difficult for me to communicate. Maybe in this particular case, there are some organizations, like, for example, United 24 or Ministry of Digitalization, and that's rather the question to Ministry of Digitalization, what data can be useful to have them open. And if I was a Ministry of Digitalization, but so far I'm happy that I'm not of Ministry of Digitalization because to face with such challenges is not really a bed of roses. But I would say that it's good to get information through Ukrainian Startup Foundation about the development of directions, business-wise, especially those focus on Western market, how having competitive edge from the point of view of not very serious regulation as of now, use it really as an advantage. But here, request through startups is focus on the fact that Ministry of Digitalization can provide. Thank you. Then Oleg, let's move to something else. Yes, eventually. Yes, we were talking about how big data can be used, how startups cooperating with corporations can get additional boost for their development, and maybe you can share just some kind of experience on how Kyivstar has been cooperating with startups from the point of view of data usage and with startups cooperation, those startups that are working with artificial intelligence. What are directions for work here? Well, first and foremost, let me give you a little bit of context. Why Kyivstar? Because we are not working with open data so far, even though we are not, we are interested, but we are a big commercial company. But concerning the products on the big data, how we call it, actually, it's a separate huge business in Kyivstar. There are no such particular ratings, but in my expert opinion, I think that Kyivstar is the biggest local player in this market so far. Our team is almost 100 specialists of high level. We have more than 100 absolutely various programs, starting from analytical to scoring products and so on and so forth. We also, we can say, have 3 groups of various clients that we're working with. It's internal clients, by the way. Lots of work is done for different departments inside Kyivstar. It's also external B2B clients, and of course, state and donors. We are cooperating actively with them in certain directions. And concerning artificial intelligence usage, we have been actively using it in practically all of our processes, starting from ETL, then data governance, then modeling data, profiling, segmentation, and up to chatbots that are available in our product that can help users to answer the questions, and various other interesting things. For example, text generation, lookalike models, keywords, and so on. If to talk about startup cooperation with Kyivstar and with any other corporation, 3 variants are important here. The first variant is that the Kyivstar as a supplier, we offer cloud services, cloud solutions. We provide consulting on how to work with data, how to build services on databases. The second one is Kyivstar as client. So all those internal units we are cooperating with, but we do not cover everything. So there are definitely startups with interesting proposals for marketing, for sales, for retail, for call centers, and so on. So to go to Kyivstar and to look for active internal clients, your client is not Kyivstar as such. It's a specific responsible person who can be found through connections, through on some events like that. And I am this client as well. So if, for example, Find or a startup comes to me with, and I will be interested to work with it, if to talk about achievement of company's goals or my goals, then I will find this opportunity for the company Kyivstar to cooperate with the startup. And partnership, that's the third variant, because I actually see that one of the trends for future is, let's call it, data merging or building products on the basis of the data from various sources and open data as well. So such gatherings help build really flexible, deep, and very focused products. And here we are actually open to the fact that startups should come offer. We from our side provide expertise, provide infrastructure, our B2B base that we can work with, and these are the variants. I tried to be fast. Well, I think that we can make it work a little bit longer here because we have reason for that. So two clarifications. First one is about direction. So maybe you can
позначити, які напрямки є зараз для
define
точки зору, для Київстару.
what are directions from your point of view are more priority for Kyivstar right now? Which startups will be interesting for you for partnership, for internal clients? Where do you see opportunities for startups here for this cooperation?
Всюди.
Everywhere.
Ну,
Well,
насправді це таке виглядає, що наче там
actually, that's how it
мобільний
looks
зв'язок,
like.
фіксований зв'язок, це щось
Cell
таке стабільне,
connection,
таке
or there is something very stable, everything is sold,
періодично додаються
and
гігабайти або хвилини.
sometimes gigabytes are added.
Другий напрямок, власне, продуктів
Uh,
мобільного або фіксованого зв'язку. І
and
навіть
also
роботи з базою, да, тобто там
working with the
утримання клієнтів,
database,
розвиток абонентів.
mm,
І те, що
development, retaining
це
of the clients, and also direction of call centers and direction of retail network, and even building the network, either mobile or fixed. All these directions require interesting solutions, new approaches on the basis of the artificial intelligence and open data as well. So that's it. Okay, then the second question. What are the main mistakes from your point of view? I understand that there are lots of startups that come to Kyivstar. What is the biggest mistake for startups? What they do not pay attention to? For even if they work with big data, with artificial intelligence, why you may not continue cooperation with them, or if you don't even want to develop this cooperation? Startups don't understand big companies, and vice versa, actually. So this is the main mistake. I would like to say that if owners of startup donors have people with needed expertise, they understand how to build relations, and very often everything is happening how it should be. But in lots of cases, since big companies and startups, that's big difference in culture, in the structure, in values. Startups might not be ready to that speed, to that pace, and that's why they burn out. And it is not really possible to cooperate. So what to do to understand? So that our listeners can understand what they need to pay attention to. Well, first of all, if there are no people with the necessary background, then find such people through mentors or through some seller. And also, that's also agreements, and you need to follow those agreements. That's it. It's pretty simple. Okay, thank you. Then one more clarifying question, if you don't mind, because I am working in one of the startups. I sometimes cooperate with Kyivstar, but maybe it will be interesting for our listeners to understand a little bit more about those opportunities. You mentioned about data, about infrastructure, about capacities, where partnerships can build around. I understand that something is closed with policies of the companies, but from what can be voiced, what would be interesting to hear? What startups can use while using with Kyivstar? It depends on the specifics of every specific project. By the way, recently, it's just 3 or 4 days ago, we mentioned JAI Lab with Amazon, and we have such initiative, we have such a project, such solution, where we can create such chat box, assistance, and other things that can help us create such foundational models. So this is a pretty available story. And also, this year we moved our data to cloud. Now we are working with Amazon so that all sets of services, opportunities, solutions provided by Amazon is used by Kyivstar, and it can be used by our partners as well, and expertise as well. So big team, for example, from DTM engineers to data scientists, data analytics, and those that have experience and are ready to share this experience. I just wanted to add how to cooperate from the side of startup. If B2B, lots of patience, and once again, patience, because if corporations should get some kind of contract or negotiations about readiness to cooperation, we, for example, had already 3 iterations of products within that period of time. And there are absolutely different, it's absolutely different speeds. Acceleration, corporate acceleration with corporate can help to understand this pace. Of course, if there is a person who had experience, that is really great. But if there is no such experience, then to involve such person is costly, it's expensive. So we, for example, for the USA, we have advisors. These are founders, SVPs of research, Paramount. This is our advisor right now, and they help us to navigate how to cooperate with these corporations, how to submit data, and it is important here not to be afraid to follow up, but also not to be pushy, because it's important to remind about yourself. But at certain point, I had such situation when B2C, you kind of work with people, but everything is automated there. And corporations, that's only personal communication and building of relations. Once again, it's extremely important insight and recommendation here. Sometimes agree for free pilots, however strange it might sound, but to engage and to build relations, to get budget inside for some kind of innovation is very difficult. And if we talk about the USA, we got recommendation that if you want to work with big media groups, offer them free pilots. It will increase your chances to show your value, and then after that, the person will protect you. Otherwise, it is not working at all. It's easier for them just to decline it. As a person worked in big companies and the startups and in the state, yes, it's absolutely different cultures, and it's not good, it's not bad, you just need to get used to it. Yes, one more comment. Just a short remark. Natalia has mentioned about the Scuderia methodology. I would like to say and to have this announcement for our target audience for startups. In January, we will have workshops, and experts will help you go through this methodology and assess your product on rule of law, democracy, and human rights. And if you're interested, we will be ready to cooperate with you. Thank you. Thank you. Unfortunately, we have to wrap up. Thank you, dear guests. Well, now, hello already in the shelter. Thank you. Thank you for this interesting discussion, first of all. Second of all, for your very fast reaction. But we have what we have. Lasha takes 5 minutes, but it's so cool for him to do that. Now I'm happy to invite our next panel discussion so we can talk about thematics, potential, investment potential of data-driven projects in Ukraine, where representatives of startup ecosystem and representatives of media will discuss successful cases of investment involvement and how to interest international investors. I will be interested in this too, because we are also startups that are getting grants, getting conventions. Today I am with Google tab, so that to kind of expand this capacity of Ukrainian startups, I'm going to monitor this panel discussion, and I am. Of course, I would like to invite the moderation of this panel discussion, Nadia Konoshchuk, Digital Transformation Activity, the head of Open Data Department. I am pretty sure that it will be interesting. I hope that you are not sleeping, and of course, excuse us for skipping the break, but it is a need, it is a necessity right now, and we decided to use it. So that's why we will have 15-minute break, and maybe we will skip it as well because we are already sitting on our online places and we will be able to move to the active part. I would like to mention that startup pitches will be at 3 p.m., but no, please stay with us and then get back at 3 p.m. because I'm pretty sure that panel discussion will be interesting. But we need a pause. It's okay. How many minutes we need? 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Okay, 5-minute break. We give you a 5-minute break, and we will also be able to get our thoughts together. So we have a pause right now.
чат, але так як я не маю чату, то я буду сподіватися, що ви
So let's
просто
hope that we will
топаєте назад
keep
до
moving
нашої прекрасної
fast to
аудиторії.
this amazing audience. Already see our speakers. I see that they want to share, that they are smiling.
Я бачу, як інша аудиторія
I see that our audience
намагається також зігрітися
are
чаєм,
also
кавою.
trying
Я вам
to
дуже заздрю.
get warmer with coffee or with tea. I'm really envious. Please also do it for me.
Дуже хотілося б побачити також з вікна, щоб всі перебігали.
I would really like to see through the window that everyone is
Тому я
coming
думаю,
back here.
ще все ж таки
So
нам
I
ще
think that
2
we
роки потрібно.
need 2 more minutes probably for everyone to come to us.
Любі друзі, дуже запрошую
Friends,
повернутися на свої місця.
please
Звичайно, що ми
take your
розуміємо,
seats
що
because, of course, I understand that speakers want to see you here to cooperate with you, and we will all, of course, get back to networking. We will spend this whole hour together. So I'm happy to introduce once again our amazing moderator, Nadia Konushchuk, Open Data Lead, Digital Transformation Activity. And she will introduce other speakers who are already ready for our panel discussion. And let me make everyone take their working places. Unfortunately, by very bad sound.
І присутні з нами офлайн. Тож, українські стартапи. Сьогодні ми дуже багато про це говоримо. І феноменальним є те, що українські стартапи змогли
Ukrainian startups managed to develop. The important thing is that
з'явились українські стартапи-юнікорни.
we got Ukrainian startup unicorns that appeared, and they still keep on appearing. So we see a specific signal that need investment and financing. Startups require this, and we will have a discussion dedicated to that. And now I would like to invite the speakers of our discussion, Valeria Katrash, Senior Investment Analytic, Horizon Capital. Yulia Tkach, head of News Vector, and also Evelina Holovanova, coordinator of the Ukrainian Startup Fund. I am really happy that you have joined our panel discussion today, and as I have already mentioned, startups actually increased, and they are really developing even during full-scale invasion, and probably first who helped these were projects of international technical help, because their essence is actually as soon as some crisis is happening in the country, they increase their help, their aid, and in our case, for instance, the project that I represent, the support of digital transformation, this project is financed by the USA and Great Britain governments. These are two main important partners of Ukraine, and our project actually opened 1 year ago, almost 1 year ago. It will be anniversary, and it is directed. It should be for 5 years. It should help Ukraine within digitalization. And within our project, we will yearly conduct data accelerations, data hackathons, and the program of the programs on open data. And as a spoiler, I might immediately say that the war for us for MPD project really was a huge challenge. Usually we are not very flexible. We are pretty regulated. We have lots of agreements, but we started adapting, adjusting, and we started understanding what the market needs, what our stakeholders need. And that's why probably Open Data Accelerator that took place this year, next year, it will be changed a little bit, not only for open state data, but also expand, because we understand that technologies and market request is a little bit, the market demand is a little bit different, but it's one side, international technical projects of international technical aid. There are other sources of financing, especially if we're talking about foreign investors. And for me, this benchmark of calmness and reliability is that Horizon Capital, for example, the biggest, probably the biggest investment actor in Central and Eastern Europe with assets more than $1.6 billion, keep on their activity in Ukraine. So foreign investors keep on investing in Ukraine, but for some, it's a huge risk. And the first question I would like to ask to Valeria, why some investors are ready and they are really attracted to Ukraine right now, but for others, it is some kind of prohibited zone and very risky one. Why it is like that? Thank you for your question. Actually, even before the beginning of the full-scale invasion, Ukraine also was pretty risky location and geography for many foreign investors that do not have experience here. I may say that the beginning of the full-scale invasion just strengthened and amplified those risks. So for investors that are not working in Ukraine, for them, generally this geography is not understandable and highly risky in comparison with the USA, with Western Europe. It has always been like that, and it is still like that. Foreign investors, international foreign investors, they usually really need help in some kind of local partners that understand local market and can help to understand what is going on here, can help to understand that power outages is not that scary, that missiles do not hit everywhere, This is actually what we are trying to deal with on our day-to-day basis when we talk with our international partners. And it's going to work. Oh, yes, that's actually what you have mentioned. You commented the power outages are not so scary. Yes, I think that we can continue, right? Yes, so actually, here we as fund or we as some kind of local Ukrainian company can be as some kind of mediators that can help to understand local market. But at the same time, these risks are both pros and cons for international investors because the higher the bigger the risks, the bigger is the returns for your investments. So that's why Ukraine keeps on attracting international investors through potentially high return on investments. And if to go away from macroeconomic risks, Ukraine has long been this platform for IT specialists. We are everyone IT outsource knows now IT products keep on developing even more and more. The whole world knows our IT outsource. We have lots of technological projects. That's just example. Grammarly, Praply, these are players that are already available on an international market, and they actually increase this attractiveness of Ukraine and Ukrainian companies, Ukrainian startups for those investors who still do not know this market. So they just increase their interest. Great. And you actually, we today talk a lot about power outages and potential fallings, and we are facing with this every day. We are living in it. It is our new reality. And I am pretty sure that we have certain criteria, we have due diligence, and what about Horizon Capital? When the projects are assessed investment-wise, how has the approach changed since the full-scale invasion? Because in different funds, I heard different stories about such approaches. Someone is not ready to invest in the companies and teams that stay in Ukraine. Someone has some certain geographical limitation. Well, everything that is closer to the east of Ukraine, we are not ready. It's better to relocate the team to the west part of Ukraine. What about Horizon Capital? What is the practice there? And maybe there are certain insights that you would like to share. What are the conditions and requirements now?
Yeah, I think the key word here is diversification. And here we need to look at this from two angles. There's diversification of income. So any investor, of course, is interested in the startup or a more mature company. So they're making money not only in Ukraine, but somewhere abroad as well. And this way, the opportunity to decrease the risks, Ukrainian risks, I mean, shelling, attacks, and electricity, and so on. So, and also receive revenue in foreign currency that is more stable, has been more stable for the last few years than hryvnia that devalued for the last years. And another one is for employees of the company. And it's important that they are as protected as possible. And each company, each startup, they take their own decision on how to do this. For some, it's enough to just ensure uninterrupted electricity supply. Some who value physical assets more, they have some factories, they need to relocate this into safer regions. If 100% of assets of the company is very close to the conflict line, of course, this is too much of a risk for most of the investors. But if they are spread out throughout the territory of Ukraine, or if the company takes it partially outside of Ukraine, as some do, this is, of course, a big plus. And then a investor, they can, so to say, turn a blind eye to the fact that parts of the assets are in this military related danger. Okay, so Horizon Capital, in its essence, is investing in more sustainable big projects. Yeah, we invest in to the companies that are on the growth stage. So it's Series A, Series B, if we talk startup language of those series of financing. The average check is 10 million to 15, 20 could be, and we are always we buy more than less than 50% of the shares in the company. So we are minority investor, and for this to happen, it has to be starting from $50 million, and it's we're talking about leaders from Ukrainian market. At the same time, we have venture funds that invest at earlier stage, and we have our friends ventures that they invest starting from 200, I think, thousand dollars and up to 2 million. They also a minority shareholder. There are other foundations, Ukrainian and foreign ones, that are ready to finance at earlier stage. Yeah, we have a very complementary panel discussion, I believe, today, because each of the speakers, they complement each other, and on the other side, we have MTD project, and we have a venture investment and program support. I would like to ask Evelina, as a representative from Ukrainian Startup Fund. We heard about Horizon Capital. How about Ukrainian Startup Fund? It's also a very known player, an investment actor in Ukraine. What is your specification? So whom do you give the investment, and what are they targeting normally? What are the programs? Thank you. First of all, hello, everyone. And thank you for continuing this event despite the challenges. So actually, Ukrainian Startup Fund, for those who don't know us or maybe haven't taken part in our programs, I'm going to step back for 1 second. So we are part of Ministry of Digital Transformation, and our goal is to support startups in Ukraine. And Ukrainian Startup Fund, as legal entity, has 2 key tracks. So Ukrainian startups, this is we finance startups. They develop their product on pre-seed or seed stages, and we provide grant support, $25,000 for pre-seed and $50,000 for seed. I'm going to talk about this more later. And Wave 1 is this security cluster. It is also implemented on the base of the startup fund and fund of innovation. We have 1 big operational team and 2 key tracks. So now I'm going to talk about USF. This is a civil project, and for more than 5 years, we've been working on the market. For this time, more than 570 grants were allocated, more than $9 million. And in the beginning of full-scale invasion, it was budget allocations on the development for the startups. And for quite a long time, this is donor funding. What is the peculiarity about our activity, and what is different from other types of investment? This is a grant, so this is money, this is financial support that you don't need to give back to us after the implementation. But the key for us that the money is used according to the request to the bid by the results of the competition and transparent competition. Every day we take in bids, and the portal is open at all times. And then it's important that everything was used, everything to the coin was used as needed, as it is planned, because then we have a very big monitoring and reporting team. So this is the key differentiation. I can also talk about programs that we have. Generally, if we talk about what can be useful right now for this audience, of course, this is grant support. Once again, through a web portal, we take requests. You fill out the application, and Our team is always in touch, and through such pitch sessions as that is going to be happening today, the jury, they select the winners and you get grant money. We also monitor how those startups that how they grow. We also have very good results, and startups in our programs, they have already raised more than 120 million US dollars additionally from external investors. So that's after we provided seed funding to start the project. Pre-seed is when you have the idea, but you need to create the project. And seed grant is that project that already has MVP and they just want to scale up. And not only grant support, but it's also the program of international delegations. And that is about providing free opportunity for Ukrainian startups to be represented on top conferences in the world. And we organize Ukrainian stands. It's approximately 20 conferences per year. This is the US, Europe, CS Web Summit is in Lisbon every year, so 20 different ones, and you can choose what is in focus for you. For example, 10 startups, they go to AI Summit in New York, so it's fully for artificial intelligence. If that's something that is your focus, we have open call and you can apply and fully for free with the support of the donors and with the support for all the travel costs and everything in the stand, you can introduce your project at such a conference. And we see how big the impact it gives for the participants of our programs, the alumni, and we recommend to monitor what's happening, what are the plans for the next year, so you stay updated. Oh, thank you. That's very cool. Thank you. That's really, that reminds me of a model how digital transformation activity works in an acceleration program, because if venture funds or investment funds, they're looking at the indicator of ROI, return of investment. We also have such thing for us, but when it gets to DTA, this is anti-corruptional effect or social value. So it's something that we don't take the money back. So this is just support with no return, and we hope we expect that those projects, they can help fight corruption or some social value. So yeah, I wanted to add the difference between grant and venture financing. So not only it's non-refundable assistance, the grant money, but also venture financing. This is the funds that you need to refund in some time. And normally investors, they expect that you will pay back much more than you took initially. And I think besides that, it's important to understand how granteers work and how they work with startups, how investors work with startups. And correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the investors, venture investors, they're more engaged in the development of the startup itself. They could be within the board of this company, or it could be they could be involved in strategic operational projects or help with looking for experts and share their experience that they saw from other companies, other startups that they work with. They've been working for recent years. Yeah, absolutely, yes, because and this is going to be important to hear for potential winners for Open Data Accelerator. We already ran pre-Zooms and we explained what will be happening after the contract is signed. But normally we play the role, not even mentors, but we rather identify key points where we come to the startup, and we're rather advisors. So we also have our expertise, especially everything about GovTech, and we can help this startup, but this is rather form of advice. Of course, there are some critical things that we would point out, but it's good that you noticed and underlined this difference about venture and grantors. So yes, if we talk quite a lot about finances because the investment and finances is definitely interconnected. But more and more startups right now, they base on the smart money principle. When the startup, they look not only for financing, but also additional non-material benefit. It could be mentorship support. It could be taking part in international conference. So in your case, Ukrainian Startup Fund and Horizon Capital, is there any additional, the smart money principle? Do you work with this? Yes, definitely. This is something that distinguishes us when it gets to engagement in the project. We don't get engaged, but this is for provision of transparency and independency, because we are the grantor, and the structure is built this way that independent experts that work in more than 220 verticals that are assessing those startups. So on one hand, they take decision, on one stage, they take their decision whether they will get the grant or no. They can also give this feedback. They can assess the application. They can see the list of all the experts. They also ask for mentor help, and they also it's very efficient to include some experts. For example, Mr. Andrei Brzezinski, and we're very grateful for this. He also helps and provides his opinion. As for smart money, we are focusing on driving the ecosystem not only through funds. This is one of the focus of our activities, but we also work on providing opportunities, those demo days and hackathons with partners, and matching the innovation to cooperation. This is also one of the streams where Ukrainian company in the early stage, they have an opportunity to pilot their solution and validate their ideas right away to a corporation that has certain challenge. For example, with Glovo, we had these two big conferences where Ukrainian companies, they had an opportunity to win and to provide their solution for the challenges that exist in the area of food technology and logistics. And Glovo, they provided a prize fund for them, and also access to head office in Barcelona, plus getting mentorship session. And this is this added value that is even more valuable than, this grant funding. We provide within partnership with many stakeholders and the whole ecosystem. By the way, for those who work with data, all of those startups that win in our programs and they go to the final in our programs, or we do partnership with someone. We also provide some support with Amazon Web Services, for example, also to just strengthen them. And this is a huge pool of opportunities. Constantly speaking to companies, we ask to highlight their challenges, something that the ecosystem needs the most. So in Ukraine, there are new startups rising, so they can also come back and continue their operational activity. And with the team of Ministry of Digital Transformation, we also work on policies and the issues of regulation. So this is about smart money. Yes, thank you very much. Yes, Valeria. So smart money in Horizon Capital, what does it look like? After we have invested into the company, normally 5-7 years, we are living with this company, so to say, and we're interested in their growth and their development as much as the founders of this startup and this company are. And there are cases where we can be initiating some projects ourselves within the company in order to improve something. Sometimes companies, they come to us with certain requests. What could it be? For example, you work just in Ukraine and you want to go to a different market. Here we can help. We periodically do that with the analysis of the market, with looking for partners on the market where you want to we can help with looking for another company that you can buy in order to get to that market faster. For some challenges, scaling up, and you don't know how to rebuild your internal processes, your team is growing, but the mentality of this team is the same. So we can help with looking for top management for startups. We can help with rebuilding the internal processes, putting together KPIs for certain teams, and so on. So different challenges, different smart money. We are running out of time for this panel discussion, and now we're going to have 15 minutes of break. That's why I have a genius proposal. So, dear startuppers, you can definitely catch Julia, Valeria, Evelina during the coffee break and maybe ask about what opportunities. Oh, the electricity is back. I think that we will talk for 2 more minutes. Okay, 2 minutes. Okay. Yeah. So today we have the representatives of investment funds. We have Julia, representative from media.
Дуже багато
And
спільного.
I think that there is a lot in common between investment fund and media.
Кожна компанія
Because
бажає
each startup, each company, they want publicity. So it's very interesting to hear what exactly is in common between funds and how startups work with funds and media. Thank you. Well, everything that was mentioned by my colleagues before, it's all true. So interaction between startup investors and media, it's a lot of in common. And in April this year, I went to TechChill. It's one of the biggest Baltic technological conferences, and Ukrainian delegation was there for the first time, so it was a significant event. Now there's an open call for applications for another one, so please. Yes. So the first time I probably really got the grasp of this understanding for this many years working in media, why we have so much in common. Because when startups are pitching themselves before the investor, they need to explain, they need to showcase their product the best way they can, and they put it in pitch. And when you go to media, they also pitch to show themselves from the best angle. So the same way, you also try to sell yourself, not your share, but you sell yourself and your brand. And here, let's be honest, probably maybe for some it's going to be a big secret opening right now, but actually media by default they don't have to do anything. They don't have to write an article or something for you. You have to make them want to invest into you, their time, their resource, their team. I will explain the 4 probably biggest mistakes when it gets to interaction with media. So in the category of product of the team, market, and
йдете. Щодо продукту,
the direction where you go. So as for the product,
моє улюблене
When
pitch
startup comes to pitch for media, my favorite pitch starts from the words "we are the best," "we are innovative," "we are revolutionary," or whatever it is. This is red flag for an investor. We are unique. Yes, that's another red flag. This is a red flag for investors and for media. It is not correct to say this directly. You need to present your product, to tell about it. What you do, what need you might cover with it, what market you can cover with it. And this exact answer will be innovative or revolutionary. If it is like that, then investors and media will understand that. But if you just try to describe it with some kind of adjectives, it will not work. It is always perceived by media and investors. They see thousands of pitch every day. And when in every letter or in every personal communication, they hear unique, revolutionary, this is perceived as a real red flag. The next thing is a team. When you pitch to investor and media, a double life hack here, you need to talk about your team. Who is behind that product that you're building? You need to have expertise that will show that you and why you should build this product. For example, previous panel, one of the speakers, Lyosha Sholdenko, also our startup participant of my previous podcast on they have very niche, very specific product. To build it, you need to have skills in some kind of sphere. Alyosha is PhD. He mentions it in his speech. So investor understands why he needs to give money to this standard, to this startup, because he is PhD, the co-founder is PhD. His advisor is from Paramount. That's it. These guys definitely know what they are doing. The second thing, when you are pitching and when you are talking about the market, sometimes it is obvious that you do not have understanding of this market. For example, if to talk about competitors, when we ask why, how are you different from your competitors in your niche, it is not correct thing to say that we do not have competitors because we are the best. It's impossible. Because definitely someone before you was making this product or some part of it, and the company that has been on the market more, has more resources, cannot be worse than you, for example. If you have some kind of category development, that's what you need to focus on. But to say that we do not have competitors in the sphere, it is pretty wrong because market When working with the market, you have to understand two things. You have to enter this market if it is growing 10% every year, and then you will be able to grow as a participant of this market exponentially, or this market has to be 3-5 billion at least. Then, depending on the scale of the market, your share in this market will be growing. If it is not like this, then you do not have your growth. So here, Yulia, let me interrupt you here a little bit, but I like Vector Media more than everyone. And if you, I really, really recommend it. If you want to highlight your product, come to Yulia so she can tell you how to present it better, because I love the way Vector Media writes, but we have 2-hour pitching, so we need to have break before that so that our startuppers can put themselves together. So that's why I would like to unfortunately bring this discussion to the end. Thank you for your insights. And of course, I would really like to use this opportunity and highlight this once again. As startuppers, please come to Valeria, come to Yulia, come to Evelina, come to everyone so that maybe you can have some additional insights from them. So 2 more seconds for final words. Yes, I think that the turbulence today probably is higher than ever, but no turbulence can weaken today's spirit of startups, because crises usually become push for new growth. And I would like to wish you very quality pitches. We have 5 teams today that they're going to be, well, I would not say that they will be winners, but they will get financing. All the others are already winners in any case, and I would really advise to also pitch your idea to media representatives, to fund representatives, and really push your startups. So do not lose this opportunity. I'm really grateful, and I wish you amazing pitches. Thank you for moderation. We have 6-minute break.
Задача нереальна конкурувати з
Unreal task to compete with lunch break, with coffee break is absolutely impossible, but still I would like to remind you that it is the most expecting part of our event, Startup Pitches. So I would like all of you to get back to the hall. You can take your coffee here. You can take all the snacks with you. And you can continue drinking your tea or coffee here. Sometimes at the conferences, I say that I'm going to go and start hitting everyone and make them take their places. But today I'm kind. Well, not well. It's still not 100% fact. But I would really like to listen to pitches already. I don't know what about you, because usually startuppers want to finish with all of this as soon as possible. Is that like this? Are you nervous? Oh no, I was more worrying yesterday. Today is easier. Well, it's always like this. We have with you already couple of costs here. So let me stand here then if you're a couple of costs. Well, dear startups, could you please raise your hands who's going to pitch? There were much more of you at the beginning of the day. You have 3 minutes and 5 minutes per questions. The questions will be asked by our jury members. They will be sitting here, so please stay wherever you want, but you have 5 minutes for each question. Are you ready to continue? Please take your seats and I will ask our jury members. But before that, I would like to remind you that your products will be assessed by 2 criteria: innovativeness of product and ideas, potential impact, quality of project and stage of development, use of open data, and also independence of grant financing. I would like to say from myself that I actually have here this folder, Google for Leaders. We got a grant from Google, and it was the most not the stress, but like light stress interview, but we were asked so many different things. So be ready for questions. You need to be very concise and very clear in your answers. So the final decision concerning the winners will be announced by our jury members based on the results. And I would like to introduce them. Yanina Lubeva, Open Data Expert, MDT. Anastasia Holovko, Project Management Specialist, Digitalization, United States Agency for International Development. Irina Lat, Program Manager, Good Governance Fund at the British Embassy in Ukraine. Nadia Konoshchuk, Open Data Lead, EFDTA. Oksana Izakova, Senior Project Lead, 1991 Accelerator. I think you all know her. You have cooperated a lot with her. Lydia Badu, Manager of Eastern Europe Fund, and Andriy Vorobek, Executive Director, Transparency International Ukraine. I would like to remind you that the general financial fund is around 5,800,000 hryvnia. A really great start. Is there for some kind of or also for the continuation of your startup story? So let's move to the active part. Let me get ready so I know for sure who's going to be there.
І, звичайно, що я наголошую і
Of
закликаю
course, that I would like to remind you to support each of the teams. So the first team that I would like to invite is the Marca service that automizes the process of searching and monitoring of trademarks for small and medium enterprises around the whole world. So please, the floor is yours. Your 3 minutes are on. Okay then. Hello everyone, my name is Zhenya. I'm from the Marca project. Any kind of business or brand starts from the title. If the title is not registered as a trademark, then you can face with very serious risks later on. And any kind of registration of the trademark starts from its check not to have any conflicts, not to have refusal of registration to save time and money. For our audience, small and medium enterprises and startups, entrepreneurs, it's it takes long, it's expensive, and it's difficult. That's why we have the service DMARC. It's a simple way to check the opportunity for registering a trademark, which changes legislative conditions, is easy to use, and has global coverage. And that is working really easy. You just insert the trademark, mentions the services or goods, choose countries, and get conclusion and the opportunity to register trademarks through partner. Last year, more than 15.5 million trademarks were filed for the registration, and the general number of market is $7 billion. Right now, our audience is either using services of patent attorneys that leads to saving of time, and it's also 10 times more expensive because these are manual tools, or they use free services that might sometimes lead to mistakes. We already have 3 pivots. We created prototype for Ukraine, customer discovery, and we are earning $800 per month. We built our business on freemium model. We have free access for similarity, and for additional $50, it can be full check, conclusions and recommendation. Plus, we also want to earn from premium subscriptions, marketplaces. We want to build in profitable business till 2025, but we cover 3 main directions. Business is Eduard Akhramovich, a producer, entrepreneur. I have more than 15 years in commerce and marketing, and Alexey Serdyuk also has experience of patent attorney and technical director of App Studio. We are planning to use grant money to launch the product in Ukraine and to finalize the product. And apart from standard products of entering the market, we're planning to use integration with DIA and also with creative agencies. We are helpful to acceleration to all the mentors, and in particular to our mentor, because during that period of time, we really managed to improve our value proposition and business model. So start your business with DMARC. Thank you. Well done. You even have 20 seconds left. I was training. Really great start. So, dear jury members, now the floor is yours. Do you have any questions? It's either good or bad that there are no questions. My heart is sobbing. Yes, I can hear that. I was thinking, what is that strange sound? And it's your heart. Well, I am really happy that we managed to cover all of the issues and all the questions during our pitching. Yes, we have a question. Hi, thank you for the presentation. How are you going to build integration with DIA in APA? We are planning to build integration with DIA through API. So we will have function of free search for similarities through some kind of DIA service connected with registration of trademarks. And that's how we are going to promote our brand as well. Have you had some kind of communication with them? No, we haven't planned any communication with them so far. We are now having communication with Imena UA, the register of domain names. So we are already in negotiations to start this year. Thank you. Thank you. Then once again, let's support DMARC. You were the first one today, so that's difficult. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Well, you managed to everything. And now I'd like to give the floor to the next team, Prozori Перевірки. Prozori Перевірки is a platform that is conducting complex assessment of tenders in Prozoro based on key parameters as potential increase of prices, monopolization of suppliers, and reliability of tender participants. Are you ready? Your 3 minutes are on. Hello, everyone. What you see right now, it's a modern system of tenders. In your opinion, is it trustworthy? Here we see that expands that at least 200 million hryvnias every month used non-effectively. It is not just some kind of money. These are real losses for the economy of our country. But we still have solution. We created a system that works in real life and can assess tenders and find out various problems. We are analyzing prices, connections between participants and tender documents. to find possible monopolization and market opportunities for each tender. We show all of this in our index of transparency that includes everything mentioned above. On the market of state procurement of Ukraine, we have 4 main segments. It's European facilities, fair tender business, different media investigators, and civil society and communities. We use models of AI, unlike our competitors. We have at least only 3 tariffs, free, up to 5 tenders per day with full analytics, full access in business tariff for $50 per month, and API integration for corporate tenders and corporate clients from $200 per month. We can earn $48,000 for the first year. Our expenses, support of platform, operational expenses, and marketing expenses, generally $4,000 per month, and planned revenue $20,000. We need $55,000 for 1 year of development. Among them, $30,000 we want to get from Open Data Accelerator, and another part from grant support from Accelerator. We want to spend for MVP, and another for marketing campaign and to engagement clients. Our team consists of 4 specialists with experience in AI, data collection, and UX designer. We are also cooperating with professionals on tender analytics to validate our hypothesis. We have already created a demo version of the platform, and we interested Transparency International, Bravo Molot Youth Organization, and other communities that would like to analyze their communities. In 6 months, we want to launch MVP to involve clients and to get feedback to further development. In the future, we plan to improve our module of documentation check to have automatic application, filling in the application, and lots of other things. Our aim is to have such a tender procurement transparent and fair. And to let the word inspection be worrisome only for those who have what to hide. Thank you. Thank you for attention. Perfect timing. Questions to this team? Who are you interested in Transparency International? First, we were talking with Serhiy Pavlyuk. Unfortunately, he was not able to come to our demo today. Later, we will be talking with him additionally. Okay. I will ask him about that. If I understood you correctly, you compare Prozoro prices with market prices. You find some kind of increase of the price, and what else? And we decrease our transparency index, and we were saying that this tender has potentially some kind of problem. Great, and what can be done with this? Then from that, why do we need this? We can just file a complaint, as it has been done many times already. Different NGOs can file a complaint if they are interested in transparency. On the other hand, such businesses can evaluate how they can, what price they should put on the market of tender procurement. So it's a very mutually beneficial program. Okay, thank you. How are you going to compare prices in the project for bridge building, bridge construction? For this, we want to involve a specialist because our aim is 92% we can analyze, but this is pretty difficult for us. Analytics like bridge construction or road construction, we still cannot evaluate that. For this, we want to involve analytics that have certain understanding here. So far, we can analyze not so difficult goods. Well, you cannot do that. Yes, yes, thank you.
Any other questions? What is one of the biggest challenges that you see before yourselves in order to launch your project? One of the biggest challenges, well, as I see it right now, the recent law on the data, that it can be closed off, and I think this is a challenge for me, the biggest one. And we can fix the rest, and our technical team can fix this. And another challenge, this is also a procurement and the challenge with this. And I hope that we can fix it with the analysts that we're already in touch with. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Let's support this team. We are moving very good. So I want to introduce next team. This is the intellectual assistant and Viber that helps you quickly find medical services and free medicines nearby. It uses the user's geolocation and open data to find all the possible medical services, a free family doctor and free medicine near home. And generative AI provides high quality personalized results. But you will talk about this even better. So please, your 3 minutes, go ahead. Thank you for the presentation. So, friends, everyone probably encountered this situation. You come to a hospital, you want to get some medical service, and they tell you, oh, this doesn't work here, or this equipment is not working. Go to the third floor, ask. And what can we do with this? Because the state puts out 5,000 every year for us for free medical service that we're also getting with the help of international partners as well. And we thought about this and we came to our solution. Our solution is to unite open data from most and CZU with generative AI. So our product is like this. You open your phone, you open Tut Zdrowia in Viber, then you put in X-ray, Lipidska Metro, please give me some context, and you get the list of hospitals that do this service right here, right now. This is our advantage. We are directing the person right to the hospital, but this is not our advantage. The advantage is we use the data of and so when we get the results of paid services in other places, you can for sure use it and get this help. Another one is that we use generative AI. I haven't seen on the market those tools where just in the chat mode with chatbot and friendly chat, you can get medical services. But we didn't stop here. We also did the the translation of top services and their official names to something clear to a regular person. We started our story with Open Data Hackathon. We came to the final, and our idea turned into the first version of the product. We started MVP. We talked with hospitals. We engaged first partners. So that we're going to the market. We went through offline recognition. We have a deal with hospitals, 7 of hospitals in Kyiv. They have our stickers. The doctors, they work with us. We engaged partners, Viber Ukraine. They provide their support up to 100 users per day. Uklon and Clues, they also provide for the first users, for people who use wheelchairs, and we engage and we work on the hospitals and medical institutions to provide services for our users, for those services that are not covered by the state. They also exist. Our team is 3 people that we've been almost 6 years in this time. 3 minutes are gone. Yeah, you need to train. This is very hard timing, so we are going, but good job. Let's support our colleague. Let's go to questions. Hello, thank you for the presentation. Very cool idea. But I'm reading your description of the proposal, step 2, that you plan to do within the next 5 months. This is scale-up testing, but you don't have money for this in the budget. How do you plan to implement this? For testing, yes. In the first part, we have embedded all the money for testing. That's what we do right now. We're testing the hypothesis right now. We started the bot on Hackathon. We launched it in Telegram. We got first 200 users. Now we switched and we're working with the Viber platform because they agreed to support us. And we plan with the framework of our technical cooperation, test hypothesis, and by developing, we will test it. And as for the testing of the development itself, do you have people who test in your team? Do you foresee this? Look, we're planning to use our resource and the resource of our partners with whom we work. We have 7 hospitals. We have a working a group from NHSU. They know practice better. They correct us. So we're going to be testing better on our users. So in real conditions, yes. Okay, thank you. Another questions? No. Okay. Okay. We are moving very good manner. Let's go to the next team. Was it hard? Was it scary? Yeah, breathe out. All good. Very good. Good work. So next team is already ready to present their ideas. Of course, Clicker, you better leave it here. So AI Refine, this is AI tool for processing large amounts of data that helps data managers to automate the creation, transformation, and cleansing of data sets. Go ahead. You ready? Thank you. I'm sure that everyone who works with data, they know how to work with simple table and how much time it really takes when it's non-machine readable format, and it takes a lot of resource, a lot of time, and we decided to go to this concept from our point of view. So automatic transformation of data. We create products based on AI. This is individual consultant that will transform non-machine readable to machine readable. This is real test. This is real procurement table. This was something that was created for few hours of manual work and 5 minutes with AI. What does it give us? Of course, saving up, integration without borders. It can be integrated. It can be a separate module of broader platforms. And this, so to say, this is an assistant. So the key stream is to help the managers that need to publish something that they need to good data set, and it is targeting people that don't have even experience working with tables, and potential partners as everyone who works with such data, of course. And the market of users, we were basing on these users from the portal of Open Data, registered and managers, of course, but this market is actually infinite, and the analysis of the competitors showed that most of them, they need significant experience when it gets working with data, and sometimes just simple programming skills. And we orient on those who don't have this experience. We want to help people for whom it's hard to work with apps due to some reasons, but they have to publish some data. So we want to fill out this gap. And the monetization of the product, this is monthly subscription. This is something that we orient on. Of course, some other options are possible, advertisement and so on, and integration with more powerful platforms. So for the development of the program, the front is $16,000, and the support and development throughout the year. At this point, we work with we study the opportunities of the model, we teach it, and our team has legal consultant, and it's Artem Stolarchuk. Myself as a lead of the project, I've been working more than 2 years with Open Data, and Volodymyr Yaramovich, he's a technical specialist with AI. And also a very big thank you to our mentor of the project, thanks to which I learned what is CASDEV. So thank you. Thank you for this beautiful presentation. Questions from the jury? I see that we have some. We have Mr. Yuri, hello. So can you tell us, how do you feel about the growth of your project from the beginning of acceleration program until today? Well, actually very little time, I believe, because the project was done very intensively, a lot of new information that even my the start point, the basic thought on this project was improved and some changes took place. And now I'm thinking about new ideas for this project. So we're in the process of improvements, and this project really helped to get from what we had in the beginning to those ideas that we have today. And we got some experience. We have a lot of material with which you can work on the typical mistakes of managers that we feed to AI and see how it's going to digest it. So we're at this stage where we're teaching it and we're taking out some lessons. Thank you. Any other questions? Yes, Mr. Yuri, another question for you. In the description of your project, except for transferring or transforming of certain formats of CSV and JSON, there is this hint from the manager. So the AI shows some hints for managers when in the process of work. Whether this model includes certain level of technical awareness of the managers, because we know this problem that is always there for people who publish such things, but unfortunately, 3 minutes is not enough to explain everything, but we would like our key idea. So the model even includes the current law on publishing and also takes into consideration the existence of personal data in there and also using the standards and so all the requirements, so they are considered. So this is technical, this is legal, and of course level of user. So the key orienteer here for us is this 14-year-old, so to say, because this level is not this market is not covered, because where experts work, then yeah, they have a lot of good products. So if we talk about the data on procurement, it can be filed for 10,000 lines. What if it makes a mistake? And basing on this analysis, then you're talking about AI. Yes, yes. Well, shaming, blaming, that as a result of the analysis, relying on your product. Okay, you're talking about such thing, because I saw human errors, not less of them. I understand that this is a tool. This is a tool, so to say, and to check the data after it's been processed. This is a task for human, and it can show you. It can hint to where the error could be. We want it to target the anomaly, for example. Compared to the previous one, the price or the amount changed 2 times or 3 times, and I had this problem where it doubled in 1 year. And you can see it on the diagram. So, it's hard when it's huge tables like this, but there's some anomaly, it can tell you. Okay, another question? Mr. Yuri, hello. Thank you very much for your presentation. Can you tell us, please, whether you're planning to increase the number of people in your team that you mentioned in your plans as for the development of the team? What are those? Well, the team is so small. Why? Because it's just a team of enthusiasts, so to say, and we work with this in our free time. As especially AI specialists, they're very loaded. We have a specialist who works with veteran project. Of course, we will be engaging more people when more complex tasks, they will call for more people, and we will we will do it on the go. And I was advised to involve project manager, so to say, someone with experience. And so far, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Jory, for this for being so active. Thank you for your answers. Everything is very good. Thank you. Thank you for support. Let's go to the next one. And I see how worried you are. So I propose we do this little exercise when you come out to this stage while I'm still talking and introducing, breathe out so everything goes good. So now I want to invite the Project Strom, a career guidance platform for parents and teenagers, which helps to pave the most effective way to career self-realization. So while you're setting for the presentation, it combines career guidance tools, analytics of in-demand professionals, training, internships, volunteering, interaction with potential employers. I invite you to this pitch.
Поїхали.
Let's go.
Вітаю. Чи знаєте ви, скільки
Hello. Do you know how many young people are in Ukraine right now? They left in Ukraine? I don't know. There's no clear statistics, but from those who are here, more than half, they have some problems with selection their profession. And if they did choose, often they're not satisfied. And people that are abroad, young people that are abroad, they would like to come back. And of course, the proposal of good job, this is one of the stimulus to come back, one of the top stimulus. That's why we came up with this idea, Strom. This is professional orientation solution for youth that helps young people to pave their way to professional self-realization in Ukraine. How do we do this? On one side, we show them the opportunities, how, where, how, and for how much. This is relevant information about the market of labor in top 50 most independent streams of work with dashboards and very clear system. On the other side, we also help them to try it and practice through offline, online tools, how to discover different career paths. And also we help them to build this path from A to B, combining the best companies and the best training programs. And we have the big potential in this market, not only parents and teenagers and youth, but also SMEs that already started working with this audience and institutions of education. So the market grows in this area, but our competitors, they're more focused on complex testing. They're very detached from the realities of this market in Ukraine, and they speak not clear language to the audience. So our key model is to combine B2C, B2B, but we're still in the process of developing it further. We plan to engage our customers and clients organically, working with national, local communities. With many of them, we already have warm contacts. We have clear financial plan with a desire to go to $20,000 of income in 6 months. Until the end of this year, we plan to start MVP and engage new users and clients. By the end of 2025, we want to propose our professional orientation solutions for other audience. This is women, veterans, people that require requalification and the mark of skill app skill. And from the moment we got together in June, we restructured our team and we ran MVP and we do customer interview, 2 rounds of customer interviews with users and clients. We started talking to the first partners, and the grant money we're planning to engage for efficient and for the best launch of our platform for our TA. Why us? First of all, we really understand TA very good. And what language do they speak? What are the needs that they have? Second of all, we have experience of implementation of educational products on the national level. Third thing, we have a very broad network of contacts in youth and business organization circles. And finally, we have a very good understanding of professional orientation process, not only teenagers, but also adults. And in the end, we're all united with our common values and single vision, and we want to help youth to see their future right here. Time.
Ховайте там мікрофон,
Okay,
журі.
don't hide the microphone, jury. Your questions? Yes, hello. Thank you. You included what we were talking about during crash tests at this point, and I see that you included this. Thank you. So can you clarify, in case if you get the grant, where exactly are you going to spend money? Because you said about a powerful launch. It sounds cool, but what do you mean? We plan to engage 2 people to our team. We need specialists in marketing and social media managing marketing. On the other side, we're planning. Today we did a small soft launch, so you can actually see the product out there. But our official launch, we plan approximately 20th ish in January, and we need to engage specialists that will help us with communication strategy, spending per SMM, and targeting, working with media and working with partners. Thank you. Jury, any other questions? Okay, yeah. Another one. Thank you for the presentation. Can you please tell us, do you foresee in your plans, or maybe it's already there, some ideas how to work with social vulnerable categories of people, for example, youth with disabilities? That's a very good remark. Actually, the product we didn't discuss with the team from the point of view, so the product is technically available for the audiences, for example, with disability, but we understand that it's very important to take this product out not only for youth and teenagers in big cities. We also want to allocate quite a big share of the budget to engage teenagers in small cities and villages that quite often don't have access to such proper orientation solutions. That's why Strom will cover this. This is the vulnerability that we were talking about. So from the point of view of disability, we haven't discussed this, but we will take it into consideration for sure. Thank you. Any other questions? What open data do you use? We combine open data from Yedebo and the State Employment Service. We also talk about partnership with WorkUA to use their open data. I understand, yes, but there's some information that is useful for us, and we talk about cooperation with Loon to show potential costs and explain the difference between income and revenue and cost. Okay, no other questions? Yes, thank you very much. Thank you for the questions and for clear answers. Well, as a founder of HR Tech, it was very clear for me. It was very pleasing to see such projects. So the next team, this is Mindex. Mindex, this is a monitoring analytics system that is going to be tracking down public procurement and tenders on one side and services and goods on the other side. With the help of AI, it will be identifying any suspicious operations. It will be saving it in the database and provide users with detailed analytics. Your 3 minutes start now. Hello, my name is Yelizaveta, and today I will be presenting Mintex. This is our tool for monitoring of public procurement and their activities. So the amount of criminal investigation in this area of procurement, it grows, and that brings losses more than 200 million hryvnias, and this requires specialists with current resources. They still need to spend time for the analysis and for the review. And our system that is using the algorithms of optimized data collection and AI, it processes and analyzes the information. So it looks for tenders for specific requests of the users. It identifies corruptional risks, assesses the threats, and checks the bidders. It uses open data from NBU, Derstat, and also a system called Prozoro, and from state sites and media. Everything you need is just to set the monitoring and wait for the result. The market is quite wide because on one hand is private and NGOs and suppliers. On the other side is journalists, is media, and so on. And the system has the potential to go to international markets since it can adjust to different data sets and languages. And we compete with services that process tenders and persons, but we distinguish ourselves because we automatize all the processes from search to analysis and also personalization. It is built on B2B approach, and it proposes subscription. It can depend on the contract. We also look into integration possibilities into other systems. During the acceleration, we engage first clients, and we run a few meetings with potential partners, both from Ukraine and from Romania. And the development started this year, and now the system is already working in the demo mode. Our plan is to turn it into a fully functional portal to include as many clients as possible and start working on the market of Romania. Our team is 3 people that are interconnected with a common goal, and also our mentor, Tritak Oleksiy, that was helping us during the accelerator. And for us to go to the next stage and move on, we need additional resource for strengthening the team, marketing, and overall support and infrastructure. We are sure that our system will become reliable assistant in timely identification of possible procurement threats and also easy identification of possibilities. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, and thank you for perfect timing. Let's go to Q&A. Thank you. So you say that you're planning to, your business model is based on B2B sales, as you pitch right now. Can you tell us, please, how do you plan to sell it to business?
Ми проводимо такі як
Well, we are conducting certain conferences with them. We are telling them everything. But in general, right now we have this B2B model because within our program we were discussing a lot how exactly we are going to sell it. And we have different subscription here, so it's not only for businesses. We are planning to have different strategies here. So that's why for journalists, these are not businesses. Maybe they need a little bit less. So maybe they can offer. We need to agree what we need additionally. And that's why the price depends on that. Well, on the third slide, we have this typical path of user with index and without index. As far as I understand, it's all going to be automatized, yes? Yes, that's why. No, I haven't asked the question yet. So I'm reading the documentation. What do you mean by that? Well, it has to read. For example, for example, a supplier, he needs to read the tender to understand whether he needs to take attention to take part in it or not. The next one, corruption risks. What corruption risks you mean here? Well, first and foremost, this is price. Price is compared with the market price. The second risk is that why this organization needs maybe some kind of deviation, maybe needs. And another risk, this is the company that submits a tender. Maybe it was involved in some criminal activities or scandals before, as well as the person who submitted the tender or as a participant. Well, two examples. For example, someone says some kind of procurement and he says that I want Mavic 3T and buys it for 300,000 with delivery the day after tomorrow, and that's 50% higher price than from the market. But the thing is that Mavic needs this Mavic right now, not in a month, for 200,000. So to call it corruption risk, I would not say it. And concerning participation of the company, whether they are mentioned in some criminal cases, well, the fact that they are mentioned in some criminal case, there is a presumption of innocence, yes? So these terms are pretty important, both of them, but the second one is important in our country because we have lots of companies that are mentioned in criminal cases, not because they are willing to be there, but that's just how our system is working. You also mentioned phrase analyzes risks. How is your system going to adapt to, unfortunately, very often legislation change, and it influences the result of public procurement? Well, concerning legislative changes, we will need to probably adjust it additionally because it is pretty fast changing situation, but in general, I have probably answered this question already. Well, if it's generally, we can add this portal where these changes are taking place to the very system, to the algorithm of the system, but that's already like an additional way, additional path. One more question. Yes, thank you for the presentation. very structured layout, you worked really well. But let's imagine, and that's actually the question to all of the colleagues who are developing the products connected with tender procurements. We today in Ukraine on the market already have some, really big specialists who can cover this functionality. So what are you going to focus the attention of your potential audience so that they choose you and not some kind of you control, Clarity, or someone else? Well, first of all, it is this full automatization and speed, because they will need only to set the city that they want to check. They will get notifications immediately with the tenders. They will have the history of their reviews, and also speed, automatization, and that fact that they can check their tender separately before submitting. It's reviewed also as well. We are considering it so that we can have a complex analysis there. No more questions. Okay, then let's express our gratitude to this team. Let's move to the next one. The next one is Hands3, international platform for social initiatives that is providing donors multi-layered system of protection, and for NGOs instruments for sustainable fundraising and forming of long-lasting cooperation with donors. Are you ready for your pitching? Please, 3 minutes. Hello. Hands3, it's the platform that unites Ukrainian social projects and international donors. Right now, on the territory of Ukraine, there are 26,000 social projects. But because of the lack of the communication, language barrier, and gossips about corruptions, it's very difficult for them to find donors. So how can we strengthen them? We can strengthen them with the help of innovations and transparency, with the help of Hands3. And on the page of the project, you can find information about the last activity of the social project. You can find the information concerning about their founders and have direct communication with them. And what is the most important, to support them directly. For social net projects, we give the opportunity to develop sustainably. Apart from the fact that we have gatherings for monthly needs, we also have these marketing campaigns. And we have also developed additional tool for automatic translation of everything on the language of the user. So during acceleration, we have developed automatic verification of social project with the help of the register of open data. And we integrated them into our multi-layer system of donors protection. Now we can be sure that donors support only reliable projects. Moreover, we have developed a prototype of our financial dashboard, and it will give us the opportunity not only to use open data, but also to generate them. We have gone a long way. We won budget for marketing campaign, and what is extremely important here, we built a partnership with European NGO, and it will give us the opportunity to develop in the future to have tax deduction and subscription for social projects. We believe that there is no competition in charity because we all work for one aim, for one goal. But we focus on forming long-lasting relations between donor and social projects. And we all want not only our projects to be sustainable, but we all want to be sustainable as well. That's why majority of our functionality is free for social projects, but we need to pay for additional functions. We have an extremely powerful team, specialized not only in design and development or marketing, but we are all involved in charity. We have great pool of advisors supporting us, and we have gone a long way. We have developed our platform with the help of Berlin Senate, and we launched our work. So what's waiting for us in the future? We want to focus on the growth of our audience. We want to develop financial dashboard, and we want to develop our own IP. So that's why thank you for attention, and I will be happy to take all of your questions. Thank you. Thank you for this presentation. My eternal question, what exact open data got into your functionality? Yes, right now we are using, well, first of all, we are using open Open Data Bot. We are verifying social projects, whether the founders are in the register of corruptioners or I am a little bit confused here. Well, yes. So we check how reliable they are. We see whether they are paying taxes. I can actually open it like this, and it will give me more opportunities to answer. Yes. So the absence of tax debts, there shouldn't be bankrupts, and all of this. So basically, you take all the information from Open Data Bot. Yes, now yes. Well, such a hint, at least the register of corruptioners is available just as a set of open data, the portal of open data, because in fact, when you say that you use already some kind of an aggregator, then you kind of use open data not directly. It's some data that are generated by some kind of product. So at least to open to close that requirement for using of open data, at least register of corruptioners, you can take it directly from the portal. After crash test, they updated their data set. So try to use direct information from bodies, executive bodies or facilities, because what is received from some other product can be already doubtful. Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. In case of not getting the grant, where are you planning to get the financing? We also have financing that we got from the previous partnership, and in October we got financing for conducting marketing campaigns. So right now we are developing sustainably. We have a certain plan for future. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So now we are going to have our 8th team with us. We are our equator. How are you? How's your mood? Are you not tired yet? Are you ready to support? We have 7 more teams, and then we will understand who are those 5 lucky teams. True Data online platform for correcting, validation, and preparing open data to publication, integration, and data sets. And please, can you come here with your capybara to pitch the startup? Hello, everyone. True Data. Yeah. This is a solution that is creating innovative ecosystem of open data. Lack of qualified employees and a lack of normal financing makes it impossible to publish such sets. And that's a problem of using data in analytics, in management, and decision-making on various levels, and creating innovative services. True Data increases quality of open data with the help of automated checks and data correction while creating sets. A Ministry of Digitalization solves it through moderation, through teaching data controllers, but the information has not yet been solved. The platform True Data offers understandable, user-friendly interface of the service that will help data controllers to create data sets that are in compliance with all the requirements. We also create set of instruments and functions of technology of service, can create a system of working with internal data. The decrease of time, 20% decrease of time, increase of effectiveness through effective validation, the opportunity to integrate service with any other different services will bring Ukraine to the first place in the world for, if you talk about development and quality of open data. Well, it can happen. Let's move on pitching. Let's continue pitching. We do not consider everyone, no, we do not consider people as competitors, but of course we want to be in partnership with Ministry of Digitalization, for example. And within this accelerator, we are planning to work with data controllers of 100 territorial communities, and together with 1,649 communities, it's thousands of a target audience in Ukraine. Our business model presupposes subscription from $5 to $15, and there's a social effect to small communities. So small communities have a free set, users with free API. We entered the accelerator with the idea and the first prototype. We developed financial model, prepared hypothesis, validated hypothesis, and prepared ADP. As of now, we have testing with representatives of communities. Based on our assessment, for full-fledged launch, we need $80,000. It includes also payment for the team and developers and the further development of the product. And our team consists of specialists, different specialists. Unfortunately, we're not able to finish everything. We have a timing for next startuppers. Please pay attention to the time. Now let's move. So I'm ready to take up all your questions. Yes.
Так, бачу, є.
Members of
Супер.
the jury, do you have any questions? Yes, I see that you have. Yes, hello, thank you for the presentation. Everything is okay. Some technical matters happen. It's not a problem. Don't worry. Could you please say, you're talking about $80,000? Yes. Where are you planning to get additional financing? In the process of accelerator and preparing of the project, and since the moment the idea appeared, our service is interesting for NGOs that are supported by bodies of local self-government and other donors also interested in our product. Apart from that, we also have a commercial product, and that's why we are certain getting not very high income, but we understand clearly what are we going to get money, where we're going to get money from. But in any case, our product is already being launched. Okay, so there is no such an opportunity of, for example, giving someone this product. Yes, we are reviewing, we are considering this in its basic performance, because we planned ministry, we offered to the Ministry of Digitalization within our community Open Up. We offered it 6 years ago. We offered to make the portal in the condition we would like it, but we understand that there are certain problems and there were certain obstacles. That's why within Open Up societies, certain developers, certain representatives, we decided to help Ministry of Digitalization, and so yes, we want to have our product on that level where we can give it to Ministry of Digitalization, for example, so that data controllers can create quality data. So is it going to be for free or? No, we haven't considered that, but with our attitude, we can make it ideal and just give it as an open code. It depends on our agreements. Okay, thank you. I have no further questions, dear colleagues. Hello, thank you for your speech. You have mentioned, and it's really great that you're saying that the project can exist even without being in this, so for example, acceleration program, and it is really valued in all the startups that the product can keep on existing. You mentioned about potential support of donors. Could you please mention what projects are these? Because we are always concerned so that we can fully support the product till the end, and it's important for us to coordinate. We agreed that before Open Data Accelerator, we are not considering, we just have some kind of previous agreements, and we have taken into account while developing our product those matters that were interesting for donors. For example, we included that data set that would be interested to get. For example, if you're talking about recovery, we want to be in partnership with Ministry of Recovery, then that data is interesting, that can be prepared for publishing on Dream, for instance. So We have gathered interviews, we know what is needed, and we are ready to implement that. Okay, thank you. And you have also mentioned, if I'm not mistaken, that you were communicating with communities, right? Yes, so how that $10-15 where the communities are ready to pay. Well, it's very wise remark. That's why we were communicating with communities. We conducted preliminary talks with the projects that are supporting communities, and actually we have already preliminary agreements that these projects will help communities help for the subscription. So roughly speaking, we will choose 100 communities. We will have requests on their behalf. We will help them to have grant application to subscribe for our service. Thank you a lot. And the last question, Alona. Yes, I got familiar with the budget. I have the question about taxation. If I understand you correctly, the project actually the FOP representing this, it's in the general system of taxation. We are not thinking that we will have it as a private entrepreneur. Most probably it will be some kind of LTD or governmental organization. It's just that it's mentioned a big amount of taxes. That's why we paid attention. These were the taxes that were written in that day when they increased taxes, and we didn't know what to expect in the future. That's why we took this maximum number here. Thank you. Thank you for nice questions. If you're interested about sets of open data, even though we are not using them directly in our product, but we are getting them from EDR, and we are interested in address registration. Thank you for this clarification for the jury members. So maybe there might be some questions to you in the future. Thank you for the speeching. The next team, I saw that they were preparing already, so please be ready to introduce your products. So now I'm very happy to introduce Smart Society, the team that created complex digital system that unites system of payment into public transport, communal utility payments, and other services of the city, while at the same time influencing decisions of city council. So I see that you're ready, please.
Нас оточують розумні девайси. Ми живемо у розумних.
We are around smart devices, smart houses, but none of us really is a resident of really smart city. We believe this is the time when we change it. Everyone missed their bus because they left earlier, or maybe were late for the event because it never came. And you saw a day in the daylight, the lights in the city that is on during the day, but not during the evening, or maybe couldn't park or go through the bicycle lane because there's a car. So everyone encounters such problems, and our solution helps to create this ecosystem and make everyone's life better in the city, where you don't need to wait for half an hour for the bus when there's going to be notification, where you don't need to have a dispute for the benefits in the bus, and if the light is broken or if there's a car in the bicycle lane, you can report and get a result. And our platform is going to be scaled up with the architecture and smart technology that we're using. It allows us to improve the existing function in a fast way and also add new ones. So we have evaluation, we have progress from dispatching GPS monitoring and up to smart society for countries. And the market for smart cities, it grows, and Ukraine is our first market. We validate our product on pilot projects. We constantly implement new things, and we prepare for international market. And there are a lot of solutions in the area of smart city, but we propose integration with most of the local services. We unite them under one platform where we can be flexible and be adapting to the needs of a specific city. Our business model is built on transactions that are happening in the platform. We take our percent for them. This is a stable income source where it's going to be growing along with the amount of services and amount of users in the platform. We work in different territorial communities, and we work with many clients. Our team is experts in mobility and IT technology that have experience in implementation of innovative solutions and technological solutions. For the further development, we need investment since we are planning to finish the development and testing of the platform and start consultations as we're going to international market. On the accelerator, we created step-by-step plans for our next actions. We're preparing for the release in the next year and start expansion on the Italian market. We all want to make our city smart, not someday, but today. Thank you. Thank you.
Так, є запитання.
Any questions? Yes. Thank you for the presentation. Very cool geography of the project when it gets to negotiation and pilot launch. Why is it so different? We see Botswana, Guinea, and Mexico. When you talk about Italy, how do you explain this geographical diversity? Well, it is explained by the fact that we try to run negotiations and find a market that is going to fit us. For example, on the market of EU, there are a lot of solutions when it gets to e-ticket and local services, but we are targeting Italy because with our mentor, we started focusing on this, and Guinea and Botswana, that's because we have partners there and we are running negotiations. And for this Mexico, because they have this system that is not really working. It's similar to Ukrainian market, and we believe that potentially it could be a success. Okay, thank you. No further questions. Thank you. I have the same question like it was before. What's up with open data? Well, we generate open data, and this is about vehicles, everything that is covered by GTFS protocol. So this is the movement of the buses and the schedule, GPS signal from the buses. We also create open data statistic, but they're more closed because they are available on the platform for the clients, for local administration. How do you plan to do it in real time in public API? Okay, yeah, it can be integration in that, and it's public. It's fully free for any user. Well, at this point, it's publicly. It's not publicly published, but on demand, we can do it. We can transfer it. Do you look at this? Maybe do you think about like Prozoro? Maybe you leave the API of your system, and any user at any point can use your data and connect it to their functionality and so on. Well, in this sector, we haven't looked at this yet. Thank you for this remark. I think we will take this into consideration. So, yeah, thank you. Thank you. Yes, this is Lviv region. This is Varetska, Strelska, and Harabovetska, Dulipska communities. Also, we launched in Uzhhorod. It's not official yet. We just started the integration, and 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I missed, but I don't remember which one specifically. Well, it's a small community, not in Lviv region. How do you choose those communities? What principles? You talked about electricity, about parked places for parking. I think that in small communities there are no such problems. And how do you know? How can you be sure that this open data is going to be relevant even in Kiev? In Kiev, Цифровой, it's not always relevant. The information about the electricity cutoffs. Well, the system with parking and local services and so on, it's not yet implemented. There is a test of the platform being done. We work with e-tickets, so this is paying for transport through validators, and the benefits policy for city administration, the system of monitoring for transport operators. And there is request for this, even in small communities where they have 20 buses, but they want to control them. And in the future, we want to integrate into those services that are interesting, because not all the communities they need parking, so we are quite flexible towards the needs of specific cities. So juries, any other questions? No other questions. Okay, thank you for this very cool pitch. Okay, next one, I want to invite a team sim to me. This is a mobile application that helps family doctors provide psychological assistance to patients more effectively. Are you ready? Yes, thank you. Hello. So by the data of the Ministry of Health, more than 50% of Ukrainian residents, they need psychological help. And due to the stereotypes that we have in our state, unfortunately, only 6% actually go for this help. And just ignore that. Yeah, I would like to mention that the problem that arises in our society, the government or the state authorized the family doctors, the doctors that work with first aid to provide psychological assistance. And our app that is already working successfully, it has to fix this problem. It already provides comprehensive care for physical and mental health, and services on psychological assistance will be provided to the doctors of first aid in more complex and a more simple way. The value for doctors today, such doctors that are using our mobile application already saves more than 330 working hours per year, which supports them and gives them an opportunity not to get so burned out at work. We also have our target audience is patients of the first line. Those are especially mothers with kids that got psychological damage from military actions, and we ran a survey through the users of this mobile application in Bucha community, and 82% show improved psychological state. How does it work? Our application follows up and provides the first step for people to go and reach out for psychological help. Unfortunately, the stereotype in the state is the following: that some people it's shameful for them, or there are some other issues arise. Also, our app, as of today, it's been working with open data, such as register of SAZU for declaration, and also Ministry of Health registry. Our business model comprises of subscription of medical institutions and entrepreneurs, doctors, and the overall market is around $590 million. As for competition, interaction with AI avatars and comprehensive approach to physical and mental health, this is the key priorities and the key leverages when it gets to comparing us to other competitors in this stream. And also accelerator achievements, we engaged two communities, and we also confirmed the need for new functionality. The next step is the program for support for doctors with emotional burnout. We want to engage products at 60 provided services and 1,000 doctors. We have the need in financing, and here's our team. Thank you. I hope you will be able to talk more about the product with questions, but let's support. Thank you. Yes, thank you. So, Jory, do you have questions? Okay, great. So personally, for me, as a master's in psychology, this is a very clear product, very cool one. Thank you for this presentation. Thank you for your courage, and even the electricity went off. You didn't even stop. Thank you. So let's model this situation. Just a regular person from Irpin, for example, they feel the need in psychological assistance, but they they don't go to the doctor directly, they hesitate, and how maybe step by step, but not that maybe detailed about functionality, how can they use your product and what will they get? So the patients, they can download our mobile app for free for smartphone or Apple, and by registration, they also provide they agree to processing their personal data, and they can benefit from this in their physical and mental health. The digital avatars, they rate testing. They provide recommendations. They do some exercises that were developed by world leading and famous psychologists and analysts. And the key thing, all of this information is coded, it's generalized, and it goes to your family doctor in their personal space. So when we go to our doctor or family doctor with some physical problem, and we know that all of those problems are very interconnected with mental health issues, and we can see that the first problem is mental. So the doctor, they don't waste time for diagnostic and for provision of the first psychological help to their patient, but having this processed results, they can provide more efficient help for their patients. So this way. Okay, thank you. And can you tell us how do you engage family doctors? How do you have some memorandums, maybe with NHSU, or how do they get this information? And second, on what base family doctors they can think that these results of this testing are representative and they are trustworthy, that potential patient takes for your product. I will try to start from the end. Due to this received open data from Ministry of Health on the classificator and coding of different types of illnesses, doctors they get in this coding using open data, so they can be sure. And mobile app, it works solely basing on all the protocols of Ministry of Health, the WHO, and NHSU. As for the protocols for such help, now our app is working in Bucha community, in Odessa, in one of the communities in that region, and this is due to scaling up with our partners and also with our relationship during work and build communication. We also have at this point we have interaction with a cooperation with the project of the First Lady of Ukraine, Ms. Zelenska. How are you? This program is called We Work with Coordinator. In the end of the year, we have a planned meeting with the centers of first medical sanitary assistance in Kiev region, and our mobile app has been working from May this year. Can you please clarify? I'm gonna give the floor to colleagues, and the legal aspect of cooperation with the units of first medical assistance. So on what base do hospitals use your product? Okay, on the base of a contract. And at this point, this is for free for using by those and also doctors, entrepreneurs. But from this new year, a few doctors, self-proprietors having the practice of working with their patients, they're ready to sign contracts and pay for this service. Meaning usage and access to the dashboard to get all the information, and also the centers of medical sanitary assistance. They will also go to payment of this services. This is $8 per doctor per month. Thank you for the presentation, and my question will continue on the thought of Hina. So can you tell us if the patient, they stop the contract with the family doctor, if they terminate the declaration. So how is it going to work in this case? So our mobile app, thank you for the question, it will notify the patient that maybe the doctor, maybe they resigned and you need to redo your declaration, but in any way it doesn't limit the user in use of this mobile app, and the patient can go there even not being a resident of the community that is already using this app. You can download it, you can test, you can see, and you can also recommend to your family doctor and start it on the base of the first medical care. Thank you.
Я зрозуміла.
Unfortunately, we don't have sound from the speaker. Yes, I understand. It's connected to the program, to the mobile app, seemed to me, and all the data you can see in this app. Any other questions from the jury? Yeah. I wanted to ask about the issue. So psychological help, it's very thin line, and any AIs, they can have errors. One thing when it happens in procurement, another thing when it happens with a person, in fact, they can influence their well-being, their life, and all those aspects. So have you studied this? Maybe somehow have you looked at sensitivity maybe matters? I mean that not everything maybe has algorithms for it. And yes, thank you. Of course, thank you for your question. This is quite, I wouldn't probably say even a problem or issue. It's the base for providing mental assistance when it gets to mental well-being. So in any way, mobile app takes on the functions of psychotherapist or psychiatrist and a doctor. It's just solely some of those services are available just online, and here it's in a trusting and quite caring way. This avatar is talking to the user of mobile app and solely basing on the answer it can form recommendations in accordance to the set digital mechanism of a mobile app. The assistant, the digital avatar, if it sees any some complex situation, of course they're going to be advised to go to the doctor. So no influence or some side influence to the person or crossing some borders is not gonna happen. Again, we have another question. Okay, we have our mind similar with Irina. Have you ran the analytics or maybe collected feedback from the current users on their interaction with this AI avatar? Yes, of course. We had just in summer, we ran. We didn't announce this competition. By the results of the competition, we selected the most active user, and this turned out to be a young mother with a small child, and she just came to our meeting. She got gifts from us, from our partners. And what was interesting that she said, first of all, it was the first question, how did you learn about this app? And she's from Bucha community. So, and she says, my doctor, she pediatrician recommended to download this app, and I realized that our chat with the doctor really got smaller. We don't talk that much because I get comprehensive information. Any numbers on the level of trust or no?
Презентації, що в Бучі був пілотний
I
проєкт.
have mentioned in the presentation that there was a pilot project in Bucha, and we conducted a survey concerning the mental part of our mobile application. And we had 1,300 surveyed from our community and users of mobile application. 82% answered that yes, as of now, they have improved their emotional condition. I myself am using this application, the service, my friends, my mother, and she is saying that, maybe that's
До психолога, для чого там
maybe it's already this age that it's difficult for me to go to a psychologist, and I don't understand why I need it and to spend money on that, especially if it's not some global problem. So that's why when it's comfortable for me in a comfortable place, I can see it, test myself, communicate, have some kind of survey, and maybe it will help me feel better. I have a short question. I know that jury members are talking too long, but still, nevertheless, I see in your presentation engagement of money 20,000 euro from Fund Eastern Europe. They are also partners of this accelerator program. Could you tell in a nutshell what was the competition and what did you spend that funds on? We spent these funds on the development, on creating of this mobile application. And this mobile application is already created, it is active, all the components that we were planning while submitting our application for participation in that grant from Eastern Europe Fund. Thanks God, we managed to do everything. All functions are fully working. So that's why, thanks to Eastern Europe Fund, our product is now working. Thank you. Thank you for the question. And actually, we used that time that we saved in short speeches, but you are a real hero for answering all of the questions. And Crime Data Lab, our next team instrument of controlling the activity of law enforcement agents and courts. The platform provides visualized analytics that gives the opportunity to assess the effectiveness of prevention of crime rate in regions. So good luck. Thank you. Hi everyone, my name is Mykola Karchevsky, and it's an honor for me to present Crime Data Lab, the platform where open data works. We know how open data should work. Transparency should bring to trust, effectiveness of decisions of the state, and our safety. For some reasons, I understand why, and our project understands why. In the sphere of criminal justice, it is not happening. It is not happening because of a very uncomfortable form and cumbersome form and fragmentation of reports. Crime Data Labs solves this problem. We create the bridge from data and their practical implementation through integration and creating analytical tools. Already now, Crime Data Lab is being used by professional lawyers, educators, scientists, journalists. Why are they trusting us? Well, that's because the data sets that we use, these are official reports from General Prosecutor's Office and the State Judicial Administration. We are collecting them thoroughly, and at the same time, we are using the methodology of reproductive research, so it gives additional trust to the result. This method helps us to have pretty clear competitive edge because Crime Data Lab remains the only project in Ukraine where all data from the recording of criminal procedure to criminal decision mentioned and registered. On our way of providing access to citizens to data and analytics, we went from offline manual to online platform and helper on the basis of artificial intelligence. What is important is that we got recognition from the National Fund of Scientific Research. Crime Data Lab was approved by the Council of the state body. We are planning to keep on working, of course, depending on the volumes of open data. Right now, it's only grant model, but taking into account our experience after opening of the data, we will be able to offer commercial services. Our team, that's a synergy of academic experience of working in law enforcement bodies. We have a little bit of creative and a little bit of AI. Our mentor, Anna Denisenko, says that we are cool, but we still have to work more, and we will be doing that in 4 directions. We will be actualizing the platform, launch assistant, conduct educational campaign, and create analytical center. This is the budget and the split of the budget, and please trust together with us that open data can work. Thank you. Members of the jury, please, questions. I see that you already have certain questions. Thank you for this presentation. Mykola, could you please get back to the previous slide and tell a little bit more about it? How do you plan to use money, and in general, what is the dynamics of the development of the program since the beginning of accelerator programs? Thank you for this question. The main idea of our project, once again, let me repeat myself, is that we want to build a very solid bridge between available data and their practical usage. This can be done First and foremost, while performing educational campaigns, explaining what is open data, how it is different from open sources, how we can use open data using available analytics tools, what models can be used. After that, after the platform in educational environment, we need to build the platform in the scientific environment. And for this analytical center that will gather scientists, like-minded people, generate justified offers for data plus so that later further advocacy of the process of open data were scientifically justified to reach achieve support not only in educational but scientific environment. We are also planning to develop our platform technically to improve it. There are no limits to improvement and we have ideas. And of course, assistant, it's like one more direction of communication between data and people. For someone, it will be enough to have offline manual. For someone, it's enough online platform. So for someone who is not really knowledgeable in the sphere of structural reports, we need to provide some other reports. And it will be this assistant that will help us involve more people to social discussion in Ukraine and to make discussion concerning criminal justice to be managed by data. It's about facts, not about imagination. This is our vision. Thanks a lot. And you're planning to fit all of this in that budget on accelerator program. So far, we see our goals. Yes, we have certain sets, and it's part of educational plans. We are going to expand it. We will have student competition. We will try to expand the circle of universities that are sharing our values and are ready to engage to our educational plans, at least that topics in the sphere of criminal justice. We will have a scientific conference. We will prepare recommendations from that conference. We will explain the ideas of opportunities of this usage to scientists, and it is possible to do that within 5 months. And there was a question about your growth during accelerator program. Yes, thank you. Thank you for reminding me about that. Accelerator program, we started actually from that stage where we had grant from the National Fund of Research of Ukrainian Cambridge University, but it was purely a scientific project. And we were developing some kind of closed research. During accelerator program, we got lots of important tools, ideas concerning communications and results of our scientific work. Now we can make our thoughts more available, our ideas more available. And I think that it was obvious from our presentation. Thank you. Thank you for that presentation. Could you please tell whether you have any challenges right now? And if yes, how are you working on them? Well, challenge, the regular challenge, the volume of open data. As of now, concerning the activity of law enforcement and court institutions, we have only aggregated reports available. These reports, we already know how to transform them into normal form for automized processing, visualization, but it is absolutely obvious that it is very vague view of the processes. In our project, as an example, we used open data from Lviv concerning road accidents. It is an ideal moment that shows how open data should work in the sphere of criminal justice, because every particular case has certain line there. That's why we managed to build maps to think about intensity based on the time, the months. This is absolutely different approach. That's why the main challenge, it is lack of open data. We have been working with that. We have already prepared several appeals to within Data Plus. So together with Yanina, we are also in correspondence with the Office of the Prosecutor General. I have a question. In your pitch, you have mentioned that you are surviving with the help of grants and that you are planning to earn only if there is an open data that you need for work. Could you please tell me, data is not open, you're not going to get grant. How is your product is going to live? As it was before grants, we were developing it on our own. It's our faith, that it is our mission. As we mentioned, we are absolutely sure that we need to create opportunities for people to get objective data about what is going on. That is the element of my professional activity as a lecturer in higher educational institution. And if there are no grants, we will continue looking for grants.
Дякую. Дуже файна відповідь.
Thank you. Very nice answer. Thank you for the questions. Thank you for the pitching. Let's move to the next team. The next team. I'm very happy to invite here the project Sun Estimate, the service directed towards increase of energy dependency of Ukraine using satellite data, web technologies, surfaces of roofs, river levels of installations. This is a new word for me today. The platform is estimating the potential of solar energy and is helping Ukrainians to plan investment in green energy. I wish you all the best. Thank you. To estimate the sun. How do you think? Is it possible to estimate sun potential? Evaluation of sun potential is always something complicated, even taking into account that our future, these are renewable sources of energy. But if we need to estimate this, it's pretty difficult. We don't have intuitive solutions, and it takes lots of time and money. Our solution is pretty simple interface that will be available for a wide wide circle of users. It has flexibility for small and medium enterprises, and it's a saving of time of money. This is Sun Estimate. The Sun Estimate, the product that target audiences are companies that are installing solar panels, private households, and a little bit of communities and municipal bodies. As of now, the market of renewable energy is more than $10 billion, but we focus on $350 million so far. It is logical that with this market, we have plenty of competitors, but we are trying to fit in that gap that exists in this or that solution. So we are focusing on a wider range. We are providing more flexible system for regular user and also variants for engineers that are experts in this topic. During Accelerator project coming here with the idea, we already have a pilot in Slavutic. We communicate actively with experts of Sun City. We conducted more than 20 interviews with potential users, and we also spoke on a Technoforum together with the Tech and Ministry of Digitalization. During Accelerator project, we even reviewed approach to our project, and we are moving in that direction now. We have chosen freemium model for ourselves. For regular user, it will be free platform with all the needed information. For companies, it will be advertisement that will be shown to a regular user and professional tool for companies dealing with installation in particular. Our financial plan is the following. We see that we will our payback period will be months, and the expenses will be almost $170,000. Our team so far has engineers, technician. This is our CTO, Alexander, our developer, Evgeny, I as a project manager and a communicator specialist, and GIS analyst, our indispensable part to work with some webs and satellite data. To move on with the team, we need to have money for the development, for marketing, because we have pretty narrow audience. We need to develop marketing there and development of the product. We are planning to engage investment, to gather feedback, and to start the second version next year, integration with United States Register of Civil Statutes Act, and to launch the second version. Thank you. You managed to do everything on time. Thank you. Members of the jury, questions, please. Thank you. Could you please get back to the last but one slide? Could you please? There was this roadmap. Yes, my brain broke here a little bit. It should have been 2025 integration with United States Register of Civil Status Acts. Yeah, yes, you're right. Oh, okay, because I was a little bit confused here. So integration with United States Register of Civil Status Acts, how are we planning to do that? As I have mentioned previous time, it was in our plan to have this integration with United States Register the earlier stage, but it was not available at that time. And now we are partially using API of Ukrposhta to at least a little bit substitute that. So that's why we are planning this for spring, hoping that at least some kind of test data on some communities will be available and we will be able to test that. Well, I would offer you to focus not for March, but for a little bit later. That's from my personal feelings and experience, just for you to have realistic attitude towards what's going on. Let me
Стосовно адресного реєстру, дійсно, ми зі сторони дітей також підтримаємо розвиток цього проекту, і є комітменти Мінвідновлення, коли будуть перші дані.
Ministry of Recovery, when the first data is published as open data, it is spring 2025, but the biggest challenge is data collection, their verification. So that's why it is very risky timeline. In case it does not happen, but because I understand that it is an external factor, it does not depend on you, but in case you do not have the data, how it might influence your project, your timelines, how are you going to manage that risk? Well, first of all, we hope that if not fully, then at least partially, as we have already discussed previous time, there is a chance that certain communities will verify their data, and at least in testing we'll be able to connect and understand that. If not, that we will change this a little bit and move to professional tool first and foremost. The general tool will be given, will remain on the API of Ukrposhta, and then after that we will have this development for installment. And then after that, when it's all available, we will get to the update with Minister of Integration. Thanks a lot. Do you have any further questions?
У нас вже є підписаний
Yes,
договір.
we have signed contracts on intentions with Sensity. This is 3 engineers. That's a big company that was working with the installation of Sensity in Slavutic, and we were communicating with the managers and the engineers that are working with the installation. The format we're giving for free for the user is not interesting for them.
Формат реклами
Because
для
it's just for people. They're interested in the format of advertisement for the user that's going to be paid for, but they're more interested in the professional tool that is going to be available in the subscription. So this is a very, very big calculator that would replace the Excel files they're using now for calculations.
Я нічого проти не маю, але в
I don't
принципі
have
можна
anything against this, but I can compare the tool for companies. For example, the solutions from Microsoft. People work in Excel tables, everything is good, but some companies they connect Microsoft SharePoint and some things like this. So it just makes their work faster. One engineer used to do something in 5 hours, and now thanks to this, they will spend 1 hour doing this. So it's going to be bigger scope that they can cover with less time. Thank you, Jory, for interesting questions. It's very cool pitch, so breathe out and we will move to next.
У нас залишилось насправді дві
And
команди.
we actually have 2 teams left, and we're almost running to the final. I want to invite ApexMed. This is a virtual AI assistant that allows doctors to select an individualized treatment plan for a patient. So while take all the devices, the assistant analyzes the treatment plan selected by the doctor and takes into account the medical record, genetic profile, lifestyle, and other data to generate a personalized report with recommendations. So please go to the stage. The 3 minutes are yours. Hello, everyone. My name is Evgenia. I'm a founder of ApexMed startup with virtual assistant for personalized treatment. So the health of each of us depends on millions of factors and our individual peculiarities that we need to include, but current medical system includes only little amount of these that causes use of non-efficient, non-working, or even damaging medical practice. To fix this problem, we created a tool that helps you take your current plan of treatment and analyze it using your medical history, your medical card, and a lot of medical data. We propose our tool as part of the integration with the existing systems, medical systems, where the user can get insights. And this is a report that shows key characteristics of illness and medicine and interconnection with medical information, and provides you information about any warnings and further treatment. And the key advantage of this tool that it decreases the amount of times where you can get treatment that is not efficient, or the medicine is not efficient. And using our system with open data in Prozoro, Yaliki, and HSU, we created individualized plans for more than 2,000 institutions in Ukraine. We focus on the health market, and we orient on the US market. It's approximately $350 billion, and our starting point is Ukraine. It's approximately $2 million, and the potential is big because more than 35% of existing patients, they can get personalized approach when it gets to treating their complex diseases. There's quite a lot of competitors on the market, but our advantage that we do less deep but more broader complex approach when it gets to analysis of medical record of the patient. We have had more than 10 pilots and more than 7,000 patients. They've used our product, and we have approximately 4,000 USD in MRR. And we are now focusing on the integration in Ukraine and the Ukrainian market, and we plan COSDEF in the US. We have people in the team that are specialists in the developing of programs, software, intellectual systems, and specialists in genetics and bioinformatics, and it's personalized treatment starts with Apex MedFed. Thank you for your attention. Thank you. So let's go to the questions. Thank you for a cool presentation. This is going to be speak to everyone because as medical startup, it's close to everyone. The next question: what is the perfect portrait of your client? You said it's a medical institution. Can you describe that medical institution that will use your project and will implement it on the level how you want it? Right now, we have a lot of pilots, and it's quite different segments of medical sphere. But our perfect client that we want to reach, this is medical system or actually medical cards, like Healthy or something like this, that has a full record of medical history for the patient, that can show the insights as for the interconnection of medical records and the preferred treatment plan. Thank you. Do you encounter any resistance from doctors, especially old school ones, when you present these innovative things, connected to AI and so on? Don't they ask you, why do I need to trust this data that I see here in your product? Don't they need to double check it? We encounter this. We constantly encounter this. We know how to work with this. To summarize, the medical sphere, it has a lot of information, a huge amount of information. One doctor, they just cannot physically assess all of the risks and interaction between different medicine and illnesses, and add on top of that some tools. And they need some tools for automatization. So to answer your question, yes, we have some resistance, but we try to explain and to communicate this in some, measured categories for them and for those for whom we propose our service. So a question: when I was working with health reform, and I remember when it was new system at that point, and there were these classificators for diseases, and when you choose one, there was a protocol for treatment. from which doctors they could not really step aside. And how do these protocols that exist for certain diseases, how are they going to work with yours? Is your system is going to be somehow better, or is it going to override some standard protocols that are adopted? Our system doesn't do the summary for the doctor. So the flow is the following. The doctor, they choose a certain treatment by the protocol that they have, and we provide, we show if there's any risks or some things that you need to point out, that you need to pay attention to. So this is an additional auxiliary tool that you can use in your work for doctors. So it's not a replacement. So this is a tool that is always there and sitting, that maybe you're not that smart. Maybe you put something wrong in this treatment plan, but there's AI that can, no, this is a tool that can say that this doctor prescribes certain medicine, but with the state of this patient, it's not, it doesn't fit. Maybe it's some genetic information or some other, maybe it's pregnancy or something. So this is a tool that that helps you take decisions for the further treatment. So it doesn't replace diagnosis and so on. Hello. Last time I remember you were really putting a lot of stake for the results of the genetic analysis of the patient, and you were really emphasizing this as the reason that could really help spread out this service, and it was the feature. Now I see you stepped away from this idea. What is the biggest advantage then in your product? How do you see it? Because last time the emphasis was on that, on the genetics, and now you removed it. No, we didn't remove this genetic element. If we go a little bit run a little bit further during the accelerator, we were focusing on the genetic element of our product, and we're actively using it. And as of now, we have clients that are using our genetic module in connection to medicine, and it hasn't gone anywhere. We have it. We plan to develop it. Okay, thank you. No other questions? Okay, then let's support the team. Let's say thank you for this pitch. Thank you. And the last team, the final team, LexCovery. This is a platform that provides automatic monitoring and analysis of legal information on legislation, draft laws, court practice in Ukraine and EU, which helps to analyze court decisions or prepare for litigation. You ready? Ready. Okay, 3 minutes are yours. Let's move on. Okay, so what do we do with this once again? But what emotions do you get when you're reading about new draft law or new legislation in your industry? This is a very bright example of where you can end up when it's just a small amendment in the court practice. This is losing dozens of thousands of dollars and years of litigation. And for this, you have LexCovery, and this is the system for analysis and monitoring for legislation, for draft laws and decisions, court decisions in Ukraine and European Union and the US, which allows professional lawyers, journalists, and public sector to receive timely legal information without any extra effort. So our product is monitoring of the legislation, court practice, and draft laws that allows you to get individual notification on topics that are selected or created by the user. This is also an AI assistant for searching and automatization of the information if you're not checking it every day. And it's also B2B users. This is a module for advanced analytics and analysis for court decision and search by sanction list. And the market of such technology in EU, 6 billion euros. If we calculate the market in Ukraine, it's approximately 400 million hryvnias. Our competitors are local and partners. This is local search and analytic systems. This is international legal search engines and AI systems that are not even designed for that, even though they're still being used. So the key indicators, what did we do? We launched Telegram channel with the key updates without any advertisement, just by the post in the specialized communities. It got more than 200 subscribers, and our business model and financial analysis, you can see that it's livable without any additional even funding, and the plans for development, this is polishing of the existing product and further promotion to the market. I have more than 15 years of experience in legal practice and also creation of systems on the base of AI and legal tech projects in the area of legal AI. And it's also a huge advisory board from people that feel for the projects. They want its further promotion and they will be promoting it and using it. So our request for financing is on the screen, and here are our contacts and the link to our website and chatbot with the program itself that you can use right now. So join us and you can see for yourself that the future is already here. Wow, second to second. So wait, we have questions. Jury, ready? So your questions.
Так, добрий день. Це було потужно.
Hello, this was powerful. I don't even know where to start. So you're taking data, mostly you're pulling it from the portal of Open Data from the parliament to get the updated laws, or what sources do you use? As for the legislation of the country, this is the database of Verkhovna Rada of the parliament, that's correct. And as for the draft laws, this is the same. This is also a database from them, but it's a different database. And then court decisions, those are the databases that are publishing as open data. As for the legislation and court decisions from European courts, it's also a separate database on also European Court on Human Rights and American legislation. This is the portal of official information gov.info. There's data on American draft laws and the decisions of federal courts and local courts are not still integrated. And you take from the parliament, right? They have their own portal of open data, right? You are taking it from there. Yes, yes, yes. And we take the database, and we have the update, and there's the link to full text. We take full text and we upload this, and then AI does a summary to understand and to put it in the message, and the user is getting a short 2-3 sentences what this law is about, what this court decision is about, why, and they can assess how is it relevant. So I can actually go through this and show you even in the interface. Okay, yes, thank you. Do you look at the opportunity to go to multi-platform mode, because Telegram, so to say, has certain problems with the use of many TAs? Of course, clear. Well, Telegram, it's just a way to spread it, this virus channel. It was quite easy. And Telegram, just with the help of Telegram, you don't need to program interface, it's already there. At this point, there's websites, so Telegram is not the principal matter. We, of course, 100% look at the opportunity. We already have a channel in Twitter, X, and we also have the opportunity for WhatsApp. We're looking into this, and Signal app, but it's technically more complicated. There are some nuances, but 100% it's Twitter, and also it's going to be WhatsApp. Okay, thank you. Dre, anything else? I see questions here. Thank you. Thank you for this speech. It wasn't a presentation, it was a performance even. And the question is, do you foresee in the future the system of identification of some conflicts between different legislation in different countries? About some conflicts, yes, we're thinking about this. I even know an example of this similar system that was developed in the company in which I work right now. But this is a little bit, there are some technical issues with this. If we talk about if we talk about system of contradiction between different separate countries, and because if one thing it's about a rate for tax in Ukraine or in some other country, this is clear. We can just compare it. We can see where it's higher, but there is no such article in the law. Or maybe some country has a court practice. In one country, this is one paragraph, and another country has 50 pages on that. So it's very hard to compare to each other. So what is already there and what has been tested is the system of contradiction in the draft law. For example, when in the text of the bill they put it, there's this tactic from some people's deputy when in the good one they put in just a little amendments where it would really touch on the interest that they have, but this is interesting, and you need to check all of those amendments, and they sometimes ruin the whole system. Then they take it back and panic, and they introduce new law and so on. So we're testing this, and it catches those. But today, no. In the future, yes. Okay. Thank you for the question. Well, we did it. Let's welcome the last team. Great. We have such a perfect timing. So, jury, I invite you, Vika, I think, in order for jury. Yes, Marina. So, Marina will lead jury to the room where these 5 startups that are getting financial support will be choosing. I don't feel jealous because really all of them were cool. Can you raise your hands? For whom was it easy to pitch? No one. Okay. For whom was it very hard? Who needs first aid maybe? Okay. No, we don't have a break. So just to shake it up, we have the next speaker who joined us already. Olena, everything is good with the presentation. Your task is going to be very hard to motivate all of them, and to somehow shake them up.
Да, ми трішки зачекаємо, коли журі зроблять загальну фоточку.
We'll wait a bit while our jury is taking a picture. I hope that you will tell about really cool fuck-ups and everyone start laughing. We had lots of interesting fuck-ups. Cool. You're like a robot. You haven't eaten, you haven't slept. Members of the jury, are you ready to move to assessment? Great. Olena, let me announce your speech so far and who's here. Olena Shershun, lead team innovation of Civita company in Ukraine, and it has Olena's experience is extremely expanding, and she has involved more than 20 million euros of financing to startups. When I hear such numbers, I start thinking, where was I at that time? Especially in Olena's portfolio, there are international startups, IAM, EML, and she will share the most frequent mistakes of startups during accelerating programs. Please, and I would like to invite everyone to listen to this. Hi, everyone. First of all, it's really a big pleasure for me to be present at this demo day. I know that you're all tired already to the end, so I will try not to give you some extremely difficult content, but to share some interesting stories. The topic of my today's speech is how to fail successfully in acceleration program. Maybe some of you have gone through acceleration program. Most probably it is not the last one you are members of. For someone it will be the reflection. You will understand that you have made lots of mistakes, and that's why you will not be among those 5 winners who will get financing. So that's why let's start. So first and foremost, I would like to introduce myself to tell Who am I and why I'm going to talk about that? So I'm associate partner at Civita, a company that is conducting a lot of acceleration programs, and I'm also program manager at Accelerator program Challenger AI. We have already had 2 batches, and for the last 3 years, we even have our alumni among the audience. And we are now in the process of selecting the next batch of accelerator program. That's why it is not a promo campaign, but if we have the next 4th batch, then I would like to encourage you to apply. Just a little bit more, Challenger AI is 3 months acceleration program for startups that are building their solutions on the basis of AI, AML technologies. And this program, the aim of this program is to help accelerate solutions, develop the product, and engage financing. So let's start. So first and foremost, I would like to find a common ground. What do you think? What is a failure of an acceleration program? Unfortunately, we cannot hear the answers because they are without the microphones. To leave the first day. Okay, yes, that is a failure. Yes, that can be too, one of that. Well, I would like to mention 3 things here. First and foremost is not to get investment financing grant if it is presupposed. Yes, just not to get it, not to get investment. Then the second thing startups very often forget is to ruin your reputation. This is a real failure of acceleration program because it's so easy to do so during acceleration program. And the third is not to get maximum of what you could, because in acceleration programs, these are usually about opportunities. This is not about the fact that someone brings it to you, chew it for you, and put it into your mouth. No, you are given the opportunity, and you either can use this opportunity or not. So I created this presentation, looked at it, and said that I'm so negative. I'm going to demotivate everyone. I do not want to demotivate anyone, and I will try to change it. But there are more mistakes that we can imagine. You can come to that program, and then you can think, well, I missed this, I missed that, and that's why let's move to interesting stories. Yesterday, I got comments from my colleagues conducting accelerator programs, and they gave me lots of cool ideas. This is my comment that after these comments from them, we would probably need to have the circle of therapy for managers of accelerator programs, because really there are so many fuck ups. We try and we miss because startups do not, and we are sad because startups do not use their opportunities to maximum. What can be done before accelerator that can mean failure? Failure can be, for example, ruined reputation. What you can do before such program to ruin your reputation? Apply to every single accelerator out there. Maybe I'm going to be accepted a little bit here, a little bit there. Most probably you will not be in any accelerator somewhere. You will be remembered for not filling in the form properly, but you could have done all of this, and to use it for what? Yes. What else before accelerator? What can be done? Something really unpleasant. Can you imagine? You fill in the form and you've been told that you are going, you move on. Yes, you drop out. You drop out in the middle of the selection process, and usually the selection, these are several stages. You fill in the form. In our accelerator program, we also have selection boot camp when we invite mentors. They conduct mentor meetings. Then we have interviews, and the favorite thing is to say, well, you know, I changed my mind. I don't really need this accelerator program. And someone already spent time for you, and you're here, you decided to change your mind. So, of course, there are different things that can happen in this life. There are certain situations. There was a situation, by the way, when startup supplied, and at the end of selection process, they understood that they do not need accelerator program right now. They have this milestone that they have to do in 3 months or in 5 months. So why accelerator program is needed? This is very reasonable. I respect such startups that decide that probably we are not going to waste your time. But when it's just a startup that is on the middle of selection process and they just drop out, this is not very pleasant. What else can be done before accelerator that doesn't really work well? That's really great ideas. I do not even have a variant to say that it's not true, because yes, it could have happened. Terranos, what other startups are there that liked lying about revenues? Well, we fortunately haven't had such cases, but that also startups love doing that. It's to apply for accelerator program and not to verify the time for this acceleration program, the timeline. Participants of this accelerator program, this demo day, how much time did you spend on this in a week? Not less than 8 hours. Okay. I see that we have active startup here. Okay, not less than 8 hours. Any other ideas? Maybe even more. Okay. I like not less than 8 hours. If you go to accelerator program and you think that it will take less than 1 working day, then you are extremely wrong, because you are looking at the program and you're like, okay, 1 workshop per week, it's okay. 1 hour and a half, 2 hours, I can do that. Then some kind of mentor meeting. Okay, 1 more. 3 hours, okay, 3 hours, it's okay. But you also need to take into account preparation to this meeting, homeworks, update of your pitch deck, and that's a call, and it's 8, 10, 16 hours, and that's how you get understanding that you're not able to do everything on time. Very often it can be like that, and at some moment startups think that I have so much things to do and I will skip meetings and I will not be active. That's advice to all startups. Before you apply for accelerator program, verify the exact timeline. Do not think that it will be less than 8, 10 hours, and take it into account. Participation. We have sessions during accelerator program, and a speaker is coming talking about marketing, and then some kind of random person comes to our session that does not have what to do with marketing at all, just listening without understanding what is going on and why this person is at this session. And fortunately, in our accelerator program, usually founders take place. They come, they understand, they know about sales, they know about marketing, they know about everything. But it can be that a person is absolutely not briefed. So marketologists to come to the session about marketing, well, it should be matched, but marketologist does not understand what questions to ask, what to do, why the speaker is talking about this topic about B2B, not about B2C. So some kind of mismatch is happening between what is discussed at the session and what the person is doing. So that's why recommendation to everyone, please brief all your team members that are visiting the session so that they understand what is going on. The next. What does it mean to have a research before the meeting with the person? Mentor, speaker, expert. Person, you come to mentor session, you will have mentor. What does it mean to research this person? Great. The first think usually organizers of the programs include description of the person. It is this basis, minimum basis that has to be done to read this description. After that, Google this person, go to this person's LinkedIn, and to prepare questions relevant that might be for this or that meeting. Basis and minimum. What do you think? What is the worst in terms of participation? What is the worst thing that can be done? Yes, worse than that. To schedule the meeting with the mentor and not to come. And you know this radio silence. The mentor writes, are you going to come? And no one answers. The mentor writes to organizers, and organizers, okay, let me call Vanya, Volodya. They are calling Volodya, Vanya, they are not answering. And then it turns out that they fall asleep. So let me tell you, I don't know how about this accelerator program, but there are two models of cooperation. One is free, the other one is 3 hours. So when we pay mentors per hour, so you're not coming. So how do you think? What is going on? Of course, we are crying, but what else? What do you think? What is going on? If we have hourly fees for our mentors and you're not coming to a meeting. Yes, we are still paying. We are still paying to that mentor. You have planned that meeting, you haven't come to this meeting, still mentor sent us invoice. We pay the mentor, it's okay, for us, not really, because we could have spent that for something else. The situation when mentor is not paid. We do not lose anything but the reputation, because later mentors do not come to us. I had lots of such cases, unfortunately, when startups do not come to mentors, and after that mentors did not come back to our accelerator programs, even for money. They did not want to cooperate with us. It's a very sad story, but it's true story. So please inform ahead of time that you cannot come, and even it happens that 5 minutes before you understand that you cannot come, still inform, because the absence of this radio silence help organizers to understand that it's not all for waste. Commitment. Did you have homeworks in this accelerator program? You had goals that you had to fulfill, perform. Okay. What about home task after some kind of sessions? You had them too. Okay, is that I see that someone had, someone didn't.
Окей. У нас в програмах є домашні завдання.
Yes, we had home tasks in our programs. Usually they are very well thought. So it's not just a home task for the sake of the home task. Usually it's agreed with mentor, and the mentor expert says that we need to give you a home task on that. And very often startups like doing it when? 5 minutes prior to, yes, to its submission. Yes, last minute. They do everything in the last minute. They send it to the expert. And what do you think? The experts will see that you did it in 5 minutes? Of course, yes. And in such situations, I have never mentioned that, but it's better not to do homework. It's better to say to the expert or to the expert that it's not relevant for you. You will do it in some other format, but it's better not to send that half-empty slide or the deck that is not finished, because it will show that you do not respect the expert. Another thing, I like it a lot, but actually next slide will be my favorite. That's about information update. How many times have you updated your pitch deck within accelerator program? Many times. And data room. Do you all have data room for investors? Okay. Data room. This is that place where you save the information for investors, and when you send the deck, then usually investors have sent the information about data room, and there is everything. Deck, P&L.
Супер, да.
Great, yes. It's just, let me tell you one story. There was this situation when investor texted, really great startup. This one, could you please send the updated pitch deck? We are writing to startup. Please send us your updated pitch deck. The startup was sending it for 2 months. Of course, there was certain information that we needed to get. It was not standard, but the intro for investor was done in 2 months, but it could have been done in 1 day. So it's extremely important, and it also shows certain attitude. So that's why everything has to be sent on time and updated on time. And so the favorite one, networking. That's my favorite topic. So first thing, we invite amazing founder or some kind of founder story. Founder at the end says, I'm open. Here is my LinkedIn. Here is my contact. Please text me, ask me something. How do you think, how many startups actually write this founder? This is really good case, super case. We're from 12 startups. If one startup writes to the founder, that's a really good case. Because founder says usually, no one has texted me. I expected to have so many questions. So that's why. So second, when you come to the session and don't ask questions. How do you think? When a speaker is telling something, how can the speaker remember you? Only by asking the question. No one remembers you until you open your mouth, unfortunately. And that can be a good question. It can be, in your opinion, very blatant question, but it is the only way how the speaker can remember you. And the third one is who here has visited big conferences like Web Summit? Okay, several people. What is the biggest conference you have ever visited? Web Summit, okay. Those people who visited Web Summit, what do you think about it? Vika is showing that nah, it's really bad. Well, big conferences, it's 70, 200, 72, 2,000, 5,000 people. It's very difficult to have tailored network for such events.
Була на цьому веб-саміті на
Looking for some person, I was on this web summit on the previous one and the one before it. Normally, how does it happen? That you're meeting very random people all the time. Absolutely not relevant for you. Very good connections, very good to have some beer with them or wine, but then it literally leads nowhere. And when you're in the accelerator, all the speakers, all the mentors, they're all matched in order for you to connect with them and then continue this contact. And someone was sitting there and thinking, whom do we engage in this project, in this program? So it's useful for you if you compare it to Web Summit, where you paid for the tickets, you paid for the flight, you paid for staying there, and then you sit down and you drink with some random person. This is also experience, but quite different. And very often founders, they like to spend some networking events. I'm not going to go to this one. I'm going to go maybe next one, or I'm not going to communicate. Please communicate. After that, stay. Everyone stay for networking. Meet new people. That's why not to feel like you missed something. And there are a bunch of connections you could have built, but you didn't. And what? Yes, I agree. No, 100%. Good network plus beer makes wonders, really, or wine or anything, really. But just beer, it's on itself, that's not gonna work. But what can be with feedback? What can be wrong with feedback? Yeah. So they give you feedback not to implement. Okay, anything else?
Немає.
No.
В акселераційній програмі
In the acceleration platform, there's no feedback?
Да, це буває, да.
Okay, yeah, that happens. Yeah, 100%.
Не слухати.
Not to listen to it, okay.
Критично. Ага. Супер.
To take it critically. Yeah, great.
Ну, це взагалі, да, така.
Yeah, well, this is a critical story, really. But first, yeah, not to listen to feedback, think that you know it all. If you think that you know it all, don't come to acceleration program. Then it's not needed for you, right? It's just wasting your time. The second thing, maybe it is going to be strange for some, but we had such situations. It's to be very angry when it gets to feedback and respond defensively and literally respond with aggression. And I had a personal case when there was a startup in our cohort was receiving feedback about their pitch. An investor asked quite a provocative question, and the founder they got angry and they started yelling and literally yelling. So it was very aggressive. It was obvious that something triggered this person. But instead of thinking about what triggered me, if I think that my solution is so cool, why did I get triggered so easy? Maybe I'm not that sure that it's so cool. So this has to be worked on. And how many of you talk to more than 20, 30 investors? Yeah. Have you received any maybe harsh feedback from the investors? What was the most harsh maybe that they said? Yeah. We unfortunately do not hear it. Yeah. Well, that's still okay. What did you get as a feedback? And again, we don't hear it, even though we're also interested.
А що вам сказали, бо я не чула.
What did they say to you? Because I didn't hear. No sound from the audience. Can you maybe tell us in what form did they put that? What did they say?
Окей. Я чула у відношенні до стартапів.
I heard when it gets to startups, it's complete crap, bullshit. I don't believe in it. No one will invest in you, and you will never raise money. This is something that really investors they say to startups. And when 1, 2, 3 investors they say to you, if you will get angry every time, maybe you don't need to be the founder because you're going to be hearing it always. That's why you need to accept that some feedback is going to be negative. It's going to be not pleasing. Maybe a lot of it could be not pleasing, and that's okay. And the last thing, when it gets to feedback, very often we get founders coming to us and they say, one expert told me one thing and another mentor said something completely the opposite. What do I do? And as many people there are in the world, that many opinions you might encounter, and some people like you, some people don't like you, or your solution will be seen as needed and useful. For some, no. This is okay. You have the right to filter and to choose the opinion that you want to be prone to. Yes, I hear it. I see. Please. No sound from the audience, unfortunately.
У нас є, ми багато проводимо хакатонів.
Yeah, we have a lot of hackathons. We run a lot of hackathons where people just the first time they get together and they think about some solution together. And part of mentorship is 10 mentor session one day. This is normal. And the people that it's the first time for them and the first solution, they are in love with it. They think it's the best in the whole world. They come to the mentors, and all 10 of them, they say something different. Some say it's bullshit. Some say redo it. Some people say, wow, it's amazing idea. I'm already ready to reach for my wallet. And this is probably the first intro for the people that not everyone will love your idea. Of course, you need to love your idea first of all, but then you need to filter what's important, what's not important, whom you want to be listening to, whom you don't want to be listening to. So accelerator team of organizers. So we have had this comment, what could be wrong, maybe not too much of feedback. What do you think? What things you don't want to do with a team of organizers? Yeah, or maybe you want to do, I don't know, depends on how you word it. No, well, it's questionable. Maybe they also don't know something. I didn't hear you. Oh, I like how you put it together. You don't have to be impolite. Don't be impolite. Yeah. Don't reach out at 11 p.m. Yeah, actually, I don't think that you want anyone to be texting you at 11 p.m. But this is not the biggest problem. Not listening. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, very. There are a lot of interesting ideas. So as an organizer, I put out these two. So first is not to act like someone owes you something constantly. Give me this, send me this. It doesn't work. And second thing, it's even worse than the first one. Do you know what it is? What is worse than the first one? No. We don't look at threats and murders and so on. Okay, let's not go there. Being unresponsive. Not answering. You get the information sent to you and there's silence. You get proposals about some opportunities, there's silence. So if you don't have enough time or text it, say it, inform, say that I don't have this, I don't have time, I will do it in 3 days. But the worst that there could be is not to answer at all. I don't think anyone likes it in their day-to-day life when you're being ignored, but here it's very not nice. And the last is my favorite, to summarize everything. It's not to go to network, not to do your homework and everything else. And then you know what? Expect that the acceleration program will do the magic and just solve all of your problems. That's not happening, unfortunately. Any program in which you take part, Y Combinator, Startup as Guys, and 500 Global, or how do they call themselves, 500 Startup. Any program you go into, it is not a magic pill for your startup and for you, because in the end, everything depends on you. How much you're going to take from that acceleration program, how many contacts you're going to get, whether you will be able to build those contacts, whether you can build those relationships that will last after the program. That's why, thank you. Thank you for listening. And thank you for answering these questions. And I hope that next acceleration programs, you will avoid some mistakes that might have been done here, or someone reflected and saw that. Do we have anyone who reflected and now saw that they did something wrong? Yeah, a little bit. Okay. So I hope that the next acceleration programs will have less mistakes. Maybe they will be still there, but there will be less of them. Thank you for listening to me today. Join my LinkedIn, follow, observe, and come to our acceleration program after this or other acceleration programs and take the maximum out of there. Thank you.
Дякую.
Thank you. And what did you wanted to say something?
У нас насправді Олена дуже
We actually, Olena covered very, very good about this, and thank you. And even I reflected on this. I still don't have data room. When will I do this? But when I was running the analysis of Invest Analytics, and we were told that we have 80% of everything that other startups don't have. So I'm very proud of my team. And while we are still having the assessment of the startups ongoing, we can go to the stage of the awards for the participation.
Ця хвилина настала. Я запрошую вас на
Finally, this time has come. I invite you back to your seats. Or something is wrong with this sound. I'm gonna just stand here. And who feels that you're the winner? Is there someone? Someone feels like, yes, 100% I'm going to win. Anyone can raise their hand? No? Okay, great. Then I'm gonna be happy to announce startups that will receive $30,000. And if you hear that that's you, I invite you to the stage to make a picture with the jury, and they will be coming out for the picture with each the standards, the startups that got the support. So the first one is Strum.
Запрошую на сцену всю
I
команду.
invite to this topic to the stage the whole team.
Вже так приємно бачити ці
So
усміхи.
pleasing to see smiling faces. Yay! Yes, I did the same thing today.
Ти молодець.
You did great. Hooray!
Потрібно прожити цей момент.
You need to live through this moment. Thank you. Okay, tell us, please, operators, have we covered everything? Yeah, okay. Yeah, we can just be standing here and I'm going to be inviting the next team. Hooray, so let's congratulate them one more time. The next one is the team that is receiving financial support. This is Crime Data Lab.
Це просто,
This
ідеальніших.
is just, you know, there's no Saint Nicholas that could be more perfect than this.
Ура!
Hooray!
Так, всі на мене, будь ласка, на нього не Я дякую вам.
Дискримінація.
Discrimination.
Дякуємо. Ще раз
Thank you.
вітаємо.
Thank you once again. Congratulations. This is amazing feeling. And now, Demarca.
Як красиво.
So beautiful.
Я дякую вам.
Супер.
Great.
Наступна команда це
Next team is Handstream. Hooray!
Як приємно бачити на ці усміхнені
How
стартапи.
pleasing to see these smiling startup teams. Amazing.
Чудово. Ще раз оплески.
Great. Once again, round of applause. Another team is Symptomy. Hooray!
Супер. І
Great. And the last team is going to receive mentorship support. This is AI Refine. Hooray!
давайте всією командою, хто тут присутній з цієї
Let's do
команди.
it with the whole team who is here from the team. Careful, yes, we can fall here. Go in the middle.
Буде можливість.
Congratulations, you will have an opportunity to grow with the help of mentors' expertise. Thank you.
Дуже дякуємо журі. У вас
Thank
була
you, dear jury. You had a very important and hard task, but look how everyone's happy. When will we start spending money, huh?
де можна обналічити.
Where can we withdraw this amount? 1 minute.
Хочу запросити
I want to invite Janina Lubiva for the final word. She's an expert on open data in the Ministry of Digital Transformation in Ukraine. Let's please help her up. Thank you. Yes, thank you. It is not my first rodeo, so. Dear participants, dear donors, I believe that this period of acceleration program before we had hackathon teams, I believe it was amazing experience for forming the community of open data in Ukraine, especially including that we live in the full-scale invasion times and we have the maximum resource of the state, in this case open data. We need to direct it to facilitate and to improve the life for Ukrainians that are staying in the country, to make our life easier and better. And I'm sincerely congratulating the teams that won today, that received grant support, and we hope to see the best results from your products. And those who didn't receive it, it's very cool project and we're ready to work with you. You have a lot of good ideas and initiatives, and we can do advocacy together. The fact that you didn't get grant support today, it's not a failure, it's just this current stage that by the end of this day, as a result, we're in this situation. So let's implement the sphere of open data together. You're very cool, you're amazing. Thank you for joining, and everything is going to be open data. Everything is going to be great. Thank you, colleagues.
Дякую за ці надихаючі слова.
Thank you for these inspiring words. Really, I want to confirm that for our first grant from Google, our path was for 6 years, so it's just the beginning, and everything is going to be there. Thank you for this very saturated day. It was not easy with air raid alerts and electricity cutoffs, and thank you for adapting so quickly and not even going out from our timing. Let's give us a round of applause and congratulate ourselves. And I want to remind you that Open Data Accelerator is implemented with the support of Ministry of Digital Transformation and the Digital Transformation Support Project that is funded by USAID and UK Dev. And the partners in the project are the Europe Foundation and SocialBoost. So dear viewers of our webcast, of our online broadcast, you also had quite a full day, an eventful day. Thank you for spending it with us. And here we are closing the online cast and our day today. Thank you for being today, and see you next time on our next events. My name is Victoria from Buzz IT, and we will be working together through us as well. So invite you to networking meeting. Hooray!